Good morning, good morning. Welcome to our, what month is this? October? No, November. Just checking to see if everybody's had enough coffee. Our November Board of Trustees meeting. We are very pleased to be in Presque Isle. We are very pleased that Ray arranged it so it wouldn't snow until we're gone. And we very much appreciate the drive all of you take frequently to get to Southern Maine. So thank you very much for your hospitality. We had an excellent meeting yesterday and a great lunch, dinner. That's what it was. I would like to, Lisa Eames is not here as vice chair. She has work as her job as Attorney General, heading up the criminal division, makes her very busy these days. So she is unable to be here. President Joan Farini Mundy is unable to be here. She's leading a NETCHI site visit, and that's obviously important work, and we very much appreciate and we're pleased that John Volan, the provost, is here in her place. So with that, let me just make a couple of opening remarks. We know we live in trying times in the world, in higher education, and most immediately for our state. And it's just been a horrible time for our students, our staff, for all of us. And we heard yesterday a report about what's going on the campuses. And I just have to say, it's just extraordinarily gratifying to see the work of this chancellor, the presidents, all the staff, to make sure that our students are always safe and first in mind. And it was a very compelling discussion and a good one to hear. And we thank you very much for that deep commitment. It's going to take a long time to heal. So what we need to do, I think, is try to find ways to find hope any way we can. And for us, if we can get to the mundane, all of us know the headwinds that higher education is confronting. We know what we expected and what we worried about enrollment and what it would do for budget. And we expected some pretty dire news from the chancellor. But I'm really pleased to say that all the hard work of the chancellor and the presidents and everyone involved is paying off. And there's some good news. There's some reason for hope against these headwinds. It is true that headcount is down 1.1%. That's good news. We expected, I think, 4 to 6%. So the work that's underway at each of our universities is paying off. Credit hours, importantly, it's the credit hours that drive the budget. Credit hours are up 4,000. That's good news. It's hard work. This incremental progress is good news. It isn't that we don't have work ahead, but it's good news. Total graduate enrollment up 4.4% at every single campus that offers graduate programs, and that increase is good news. And we've seen an increase in international students, and transfer students is up 13%. And that includes from community colleges. So I don't think any of us pretend that we've solved all our problems, but we clearly, the work that's been underway doggedly, consistently, insistently from the chancellor is paying off. And so we see some glimmers of hope. And I think I just want to commend everybody. We know we're not out of the woods, but we can see some light at the end of that tunnel. So to mix some metaphors. So congratulations to everyone. Work to do, but a good start. We have no one signed up for citizen comment. Thank you, citizens. No, that's unfair. No, we really appreciate citizen comment. It's a great way to get input. But given our agenda today, that just means that we can move right on to the business. Our first order of business is a presentation about an issue I know we're all very interested in, and that is the CBE Your Pace presentation, an initiative that's really showing great signs of growth here at the University of Maine at Presque Isle. And I will call on President Rice for that presentation. And very pleased that the Barbie moment from last night has passed.
Well, I wouldn't say it's past because I am wearing, some pink here and to go with, so an outfit that's coordinated. Um, and yes, and there is a little bit more of that journey. So that theme will continue on our presentation. I'm going to ask Dean Margison to join me and Executive Director Chang to join me because they're going to be participating in the conversation here in the presentation. So we do have a slideshow, and I'm going to promise if I just click, it'll look, it works. Okay, and I'm not going to click it again and mess it up. All right, so I do want to take just a few minutes at the highest 50,000 foot level of UMPI and some of the work that we do at this institution that is geographically grounded and critical to the services we provide, the education we provide to our students, and how that actually builds into the work we do in our competency-based education. I see the two as inextricably intertwined in virtually every aspect of our operations. Our staff are interconnected in various offices with competency education, as well as what, just for a shortcut term, traditional education occurs. Our faculty are certainly intertwined. Our own board representative, who's sitting right here to my right, teaches both a full load of, quote, traditional teaching, face-to-face teaching, and an awful lot of work on the competency platform as well, and has been part of devising her program in criminal justice to be offered in competency-based education. So this is work that impacts virtually everyone on our campus and work that is done by virtually everyone on our campus. Dr. Chang will talk about the team that works exclusively with the competency education, but I just want to make that point that we feel we're successful in what we're doing in competency education because it comes from the bottom up, because it comes from our basic values as an institution and as educators and people supporting those students at virtually every aspect of their engagement. So just a couple of things to point out here. And again, you can see my thanks to Rachel Rice's team for putting these slides together using a Barbie kind of theme format. So we're continuing our party here in that regard. Just a reminder, UMPI's been noted a great college to work for. We were featured in the Chronicle of Higher Education in large part because of competency-based education as surviving as a small college in the wilderness of today's falling demographics and all the other cataclysmic stuff we can talk about. And as well as the incredible work that happens with our undergraduate students and some graduate students from other institutions across the state, notably the University of Maine. But you'll see Dr. Wong incredibly had was it 150? I forget how many individuals were here for that. Geologists and researchers last month here on the campus up in the North Maine woods. I think only two vans got stuck in the ruts or something like that and had to get pulled out and people, saved from the North Maine woods. But otherwise, it was an incredible meeting of geologists from all over the country, particularly this region, talking about this area focused not just on Pennington Mountain, which he's been involved heavily in all of those things you've read about in the media, but really in redefining what we know about Maine in terms of geological history. He has literally rewritten the textbooks of Maine's geological history. That is all some of the work we do here at UMPI. So I'm going to play this video with some of our students, three of our students that are, you would call them traditional students, doing research work in our programs, and then come back and say a few more words and then turn it over to competency education. And I just hit it again.
I try to hit every lake every 2 weeks. I basically go around and look to see where the loons are. And I try to find nests, see if they lay eggs that will hatch, and then the chicks will survive. Where they kind of aren't doing so well, we put rafts out to help them. My name is Kaylee Sprague, and I'm from North Berwick, Maine. I go to the University of Maine at Presque Isle, and I'm a biology major.
In summer 2020,
I try to hit every lake every 2 weeks. I basically go around and like look to see where the loons are. I try to
rather than head home to Southern Maine. Math and molecular biology would have kept her in labs all summer.
my professor kind of mentioned offhandedly like this weird job involving like kayaking and swimming and loons. I was like, yeah, that sounds like a fun summer job. I'll do that. And now I'm interested in it. I mean, I do feel like I'm doing something important. I feel empowered when I'm out here.
Down the road a bit in Presque Isle, brothers Grant and Gavin, also students at the University of Maine at Presque Isle, are working on their family's farm.
Hempel Farms was started in 1920 by our great-great-grandfather, and we're standing on the ground that he started on right now. Years ago that he bought it, and it's been potatoes ever since.
Both brothers realized running and growing. Grant's path is applied science with a minor in sustainable agriculture.
I wanted to learn more about agriculture and soil science and how to read a soil test.
Gavin's concentration is in agriculture science. He's interested in the science and microbiology of running a farm.
Going into college, I didn't know hardly anything about agri-science or agribusiness really, but a lot of those classes, it really just opens your eyes and you can more see in depth about those certain aspects that you just wouldn't think of if you weren't going. But it's the little things that you learn at college that really gets you ahead.
My life would look nothing like this if I didn't go to college, and I don't even know where I would be at.
There's going to be a lot of generations after us that are going to be on the same soil. And then if we're the ones that run it down and wear it out, then we're going to be the ones that really to blame for that. So it's really our responsibility to take care of it for the generations to come.
Say yes to
So
college.
our thanks to Tori Ryden for making that video possible. And again, that is one that is being presented by all of the institutions in the UMaine system. But I thought that was so critical. We talked yesterday at dinner a little bit, Chair Riley and I, about agency. Those students and their expression of agency and their need to express and feel agency is so important for the experiences that they have. It is equally important for the students in the competency-based education program. You'll hear more about that in a few minutes. But I just want to make that connection up front, that everything you'll hear about from our presentation is about valuing, honoring, and really focusing on agencies of our students and making sure that they have an education that is available to them as they need it in the moment. Not the way we historically viewed higher education, not the way that, I imagined higher education when I was in my undergraduate program in the 80s and 90s, all those decades ago, but the way that they need to experience the world now and all of its complexity and in all of both the tribulations and the benefits of that complexity. One thing I'll say, and keep this in mind before I turn it over to Dean Margison, to say a little bit more about the work in regards to experiential learning that we do here. And this is kind of the way to think about what competency education provides in a way that no other educational experience yet in the US educational system and across the world does, is focusing around what's called, I call it the dirty little secret that is at the foundation of nearly every college structure, and that's the standard unit of measuring academic progress, the Carnegie unit, right? The credit hour, which is a really arbitrary way to measure learning. In a traditional credit hour system, more emphasis is always put on the amount of time a student spends in their seat, right? Whether that's literally in a lecture hall or it's in another venue, rather than on the content that is actually learned. Competency education turns that upside down, and the emphasis is on the content and how that content is delivered and how the students demonstrate their mastery of that content, rather than receiving that content in what Paulo Freire, one of my favorite educators, would have said is the banking method of education, which has long been the kind of Western European, Western civilization perspective of education since literally the Middle Ages. So anyways, with that, let me turn it over to Dean Margison, who will talk about this slide. This slide, and some of the work we do here at UMPI.
Thank you. And thank you for this opportunity to talk about teaching and learning at UMPI. It's a passion of mine. I taught in K-12 for 16 years before joining UMPI. in 2016 and worked in the education program. So again, I really love this opportunity. So I wanted to talk a little bit about 3 specific things that we're doing on our campus to support student success and retention. And when I talk about ELOs, internships, and research on our campus, these are things that AAC&U points out as high impact practices that support student success and retention, especially students who are most underserved in higher education. So for ELOs, I'll talk a little bit about extended learning opportunities. This is a really unique opportunity at UMPI. We received a 2-year grant from the Maine Department of Education. We're the only institute of higher education in Maine who's received this funding. We work closely with Caribou High School, Presque Isle High School, and JMG specialists. And extended learning opportunities are really about giving students in high school up to the age of 21 in college opportunities to connect with career opportunities in Maine, to give them what we might call soft skills, but those communication skills, those opportunities to really dig into those professional dispositions as they think about finding a career here in Maine. We have 8 current extended learning opportunities this fall semester that are in place. And an example of that is actually an introduction to education. Students do 20 hours of work in classrooms and in educational settings. And so working with Dr. Sarah Bushy, Shannon Sleeper, also Dr. Deb Rourke, students have been able to coordinate opportunities to actually get paid. They work in a JMG platform. They do some reflection in that spirit of experiential learning and are able to get paid as they go out and do their work in classrooms. That also helps to offset the cost of traveling out to these opportunities. So we feel that it's really a great chance to have education students get out, meet potential future employers, and also receive payment for that. Internships, thanks to UMS Transforms and the Pathways to Careers initiative, we have been able to hire a full-time internship coordinator here, Stephanie Furland. We're really excited about that. Stephanie has a background in K-12 education and administration, and she's really excited to continue to make those connections with those employers out in Aroostook County and beyond. And so we have internship opportunities that students can have in all of our majors. And so the ELOs really blend nicely with internships because those extended learning opportunities are really about the first and second year. And then those can bridge into internships in the 3rd and 4th year for students. Research on campus. We have 7 research learning experiences that Dr. Jason Johnston coordinated for the fall semester. And those included everything from topics for our first year students, understanding extremism, to the art of storytelling, and also maximizing production in the greenhouse setting. And so students have been engaging in that this fall, and that's been really fun to watch students as they come to our campus and get acclimated, also engage in that first year research. We have Dr. Chunzhen Wang, as President Rice mentioned, who is doing, and I'm just going to highlight a few examples of the many pieces of research that are being done on our campus. Dr. Wang is doing research with a graduate student and 4 undergraduate students. This is in part with funding from the U.S. Geological Survey, and they are doing geomapping of manganese deposits in Aroostook County, which is a really wonderful experience for students out in the field, doing this work and bringing that back to connections from the classroom or in the classroom. We have Dr. Mark Royer, who's a computer science faculty member, and this is a connection back to extended learning opportunities. Actually, with the Climate Change Institute at the University of Maine, and in collaboration with Dr. Kurbatoff, he has a student who is developing software to help with imaging of ice cores as part of climate change research. So that's been a great connection of research with the ELO opportunity here on campus. And then finally, I'd highlight what I would consider work of faculty on our campus that really is impacting the world. And that's Dr. Beverly Wagner, who's director of our social work program. She is working with colleagues at Birzeit University in Palestine. And this has been going on for several months, the research, a qualitative study of mental health models in conflict zones. That research is currently on hold, but she expressed being more committed than ever before to see that through, certainly within the context of what is happening in the Middle East. So the final thing I would say is that The faculty that I mentioned as part of these initiatives, many of them, as President Rice said, have also developed or are teaching in our Your Pace program. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Susan Chang, to talk more about CBE with you.
Good morning. I think that in order for us to talk about Your Pace and competency-based education, we have to first start with an understanding of what competency-based education is. As President Rice had indicated, it's the ability to leverage our students' prior knowledge that they've gained in a professional setting or from any prior college experiences that they may have had. The success is demonstrated by the students' ability to meet those learning outcomes that have been already pre-identified by our full-time faculty. It's a completely different pedagogy. So if we think about a traditional modality where it's driven by that syllabus, that document that outlines each week what the student's going to be doing, including when those assessments going to take place, when we have our Thanksgiving breaks, and when those sessions that semester is going to end. CBE is based on the student's ability to learn and prove the mastery of those learning outcomes that have already been identified. It gives the students agency. It is it considers time, not the bottom line and the factor of that. I think of an individual who has worked in an accountant's office for, let's say, 10 years. They are not necessarily licensed, but they have been in that environment. There is no way that they could be in a traditional modality where they are expected to be in a classroom during the day for 15 weeks in a very structured environment. So a CBE type of environment would work for this type of individual who is an adult learner, who wants to have that flexibility to be able to demonstrate their learning in a competency-based education model. They might be able to fly through an intro to accounting type of course very quickly because of their professional experience, but they may need to spend more time at an upper level course such as a federal taxation 1 or 2, where they may need to digest that content a little bit more thoroughly. The CBE environment for Your Pace began in the fall of 2017. It started with one program, a BA in Business Administration. I have the privilege of being able to stand on the shoulders of two giants, Carolyn Dorsey and Ray Rice, to move this work forward. We're at a point now where we officially have 14 undergraduate degree programs and 1 graduate program in the Your Pace modality. It's the only public institution for competency-based education that is accredited by NECHI. And there are 4 distinctions about the Your Pace program that are important for when we look at our competitors. One is that it's a flexible model. There are 8-week sessions. So we break apart a traditional semester and have 6 sessions throughout the year. This type of flexibility allows for students to start and stop at any point in time. They are fully online. They are fully asynchronous. It is a subscription model, so it is all inclusive. Students are not asked to purchase textbooks. The content is largely drawn from open source or is original content that is created by the faculty. Students can take as many courses, competencies as they can complete in that 8-week session as they possibly can. We think about affordability. There are no additional fees. There's no technology fee, student fee. We offer financial aid to our students, both at the undergrad and graduate level. And many of our students take advantage of their employee benefits. So they are reimbursed for that work and for attaining their degree. The last is the student experience. We pride ourselves on student interactions with our faculty, as well as the Your Pace team, as well as any resources or individuals on campus or at the system level that the students might need. We also enroll international students. Some of our competitors do not. And so this is one distinction that we're very proud of. On average, the average age of the Your Pace student is about 36 years old. This is compared to 22 years old for the traditional student. 36% of our students finish their degree within the first 2 sessions that they enroll. And then 92% of our students complete their degree within the same calendar year that they enroll in. There are some contributions to these highly successful rates. One is certainly those four that I talked about previously, but also we accept a number of transfer credits even after students have matriculated into our program. So I wanted to put some faces to our students. So Jamie Jarrett is from the county. She's local. She graduated from UMPI in 2002 with a degree in elementary education. She taught for a time, but then realized that that's not necessarily where she wanted to land. So she moved into social work, but then also realized that that's probably not where she was going to land eventually. She then moved into other types of small jobs and projects that related to marketing and public relations. And she really realized that she enjoyed that type of work. She realized too that she probably didn't have enough skills to take her professional experience to another level. So she knew that she had to have those credentials after her name, and if she wanted to get bigger and grow. On a personal level, Jamie is a mother of 2 high school and college children who she also has a very demanding full-time position. She's very active in the community, and she was not willing to give up any part of that in order to go to school full-time. When she learned about the Your Pace modality, she was able to complete her business degree with a marketing concentration in 3 sessions, which means that she was able to fulfill 60 credits in that short amount of time. She says, and I quote, "It has been about 4 hours every night, and the hours were between 8 and midnight. That would not have been possible if I had been in a classroom. This allowed for me to pull very long Saturdays and Sundays. I feel that the amount of hours put in equal to what I had done if I would done them in person. So Your Pace is certainly not the easy way out." I also wanted to mention that Jamie said that when she looked at other online courses and degrees, none had a team that was as responsive and timely as the ones at UMPI. I'd like to introduce to you Ben Novotny. Ben is a Your Pace graduate from 2021. He has a BA in business administration with a concentration in management and leadership, and that wasn't enough. So he pursued a minor in management and information system. Ben is based in Wisconsin. So he is a domestic student, but he is from afar. He says that when he was looking for a way to complete his bachelor's program, there were 2 things that he was looking for. One was the flexibility to allow for him to continue with a full-time job. And the other was that he wanted a cost-effective program that would allow for him to graduate without any student debt. He goes on to say that in addition to giving me flexibility in my job, the CBE Your Pace team helped build my confidence through personal development. Being able to spend less time on what I already knew meant that I could accelerate through competencies while taking more time to study topics I was unsure about. My professors and academic success coach were there for me each step of the way to provide amazing support. UMPI's Your Pace program truly represents how earning a degree should be: flexible, affordable, focused on ensuring that students gain real-world skills and knowledge. I'm proud to say that as of November 1st, Ben has joined the Your Pace team as an admissions coordinator, and he is our truly remote first team member that we are welcoming. Eric Fishon is a both undergraduate BA business as well as a MAOL graduate from our institution. He did both degrees, completed them both within the same academic year. He is based in New York State. And I have to read this directly because his story is incredibly powerful. My path was initiated after a car accident in 1992, which alongside pre-existing mental health challenges seemingly dimmed my prospects of pursuing higher education. A subsequent diagnosis of extreme narcolepsy exacerbated the need the already known anxiety and depression, discovering a staggering 15 years later. The desire for a college degree, however, remained amidst the fluctuating tides of my health, but like many people, was put on the shelf as life continued with work in broadcasting, the airline industry, and the 20 years in banking and serving as the president of Long Island Against Domestic Violence. He then went on to pursue an online program at the University of Florida. And while he says that he loves that program, it didn't necessarily serve his specialized needs. So when he learned about CBE, he says, and I quote, UMP appeared as a beacon of hope amidst a storm of uncertainties, rendering a promise of inclusivity and support that seemed almost tailor-made for my circumstances. He goes on to say that his time at UMP was transformative, both academically and personally. The family-like atmosphere of the institution, personified by the empathetic and nurturing faculty, truly made UMP a second home. Eric is a tremendous individual. He came up here with his family to walk in the commencement ceremonies earlier this year. He is now pursuing a master's program in theology, soon followed by an MBA, and he is now on a doctoral voyage at the University of Virginia in Lynchburg. I'd like to say that these are unusual students, but they're really not. These are stories that we hear from our students time and time again.
And I should just say, Eric was so amazing. Like, this guy comes up when we were practicing graduation. He's like, "I'm so excited to be here. You're the president, right?" And he's like hugging me and everything. And he works for a national bank, and he works on Long Island. And he took a photo of the office up here because it's the farthest north and east. And he sent it to like his corporate bosses. He was so excited to be as far north as you could and be one of the national bank branches. Just an amazing person. I just want to scope out for a second here of why competency education is so important right now in higher education, and has been. Competency education has really been developing in the United States for about 3.5 decades, but really took off about 10 years ago when the Lumina Foundation got interested in it, funded a small group of institutions, some of which you already have heard of. SNU, Western Governors were the first cohort of people involved with it. And then UMP was the second cohort, the very second year. Very fortunate. My boss, President Schott at the time, was interested because of proficiency education happening at K through 12 here in the state of Maine. So we got involved, and then we kind of grew from there. I'm on the board. There's a number of other people that have long time been involved since the Lumina Foundation with CBEN, which is now an independent organization broken out into 2 separate organizations that is providing support for competency education, not just in the United States, but around the world. There are literally countries in the world right now that are basing their K-12 education around competency achievement for their students. And CBEN is providing that guidance all across the world now. I say it's important because, and this term has been used, it comes from the military. So my thanks to our military people who recognize the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous reality of the situation, which definitely was the situation of higher education. Think Clayton Christensen, right? Long before COVID happened, but since COVID, this has just gotten even more exaggerated and aggrandized since the COVID pandemic. And since, as I said, the realization of students of their own agency. They have choice, they can exercise that choice, and they are exercising that choice every day. There are now more what we used to call non-traditional students enrolled in higher education than traditional age students. And those individuals are overwhelmingly looking for programs that provide education to them that meet their needs in this environment as they encounter those needs, as you heard from somebody like Eric and the other 3 individuals. I also note this because I love this slide because, one, I just love, I go back to as a cultural materialist, follow Raymond Williams back as a graduate student, talking about the way higher education developed always a step behind the development of the Industrial Revolution, or the way industry and the way the needs of the workforce developed ever since that really started. And if you think of Industry 1.0, the beginning of mechanization, right? The steam engine, choo-choo, all that kind of stuff, right? That was the beginning of the university as we knew it after the medieval ages, right? It really was the beginning of the university, in which the university was viewed as owning knowledge, and it would literally dispense that knowledge to a very select group of individuals, the 1% of the 1% that could go to the university, right? And that included the ability to write, right? And other things such as that. And we would handwrite things, and that would be handed down by faculty to students, right? That moved to the production line, Fordism, Industry 2.0. Notice the university is always lagging behind. It is its ability to meet the needs of the world at the moment is always a few steps behind. So that did lead to what we call University 2.0 with mass general education, people lined up in, desks in a classroom, and the most efficient way to deliver education. That, and think about GIs coming home and the GI Bill and how we're going to deal with these people that have never been part of higher education. We mass produce general education in higher education as well as K through 12. So then Industry 3.0 comes, computers, automation, the ability to get onto the internet when you used to dial on beep, 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 all that stuff when I was a grad student. That was wonderful because, I could do research in 1 second that used to take me 6 freaking months, right? I could do it in 1 second. And so, my daughter can go on my phone and find research faster than I ever could as, a scholar in a PhD program. That led to University 3.0, in which, it's finally okay to use things like Wikipedia and things like that, right? And use computers and use distance education, and think about how it starts to scope out into social needs and the wider view of education, but also the haves and the have-nots, the people that have access to technology, the people that don't, the people that go to heavily endowed colleges, that colleges can give free tuition to anybody they choose to versus ones that can't, the widening gap of financial aid and the financial ability of people to afford education since the mid-'80s leads to Industry 4.0, AI, all of the things that we talk about right now that are both great opportunities, but also great challenges of higher ed. And wherever University 4.0 is going to go, which is really training content associated with intelligent systems, students learning and studying on their own pace. So that is University 4.0 from this day moving forward. Competency education allows us to engage with a lot of those needs that matches with Industry 4.0 on a lifetime. You heard that. The majority of our students who graduate from the program finish in a year or less. That is the opposite of most programs that you hear about in which we engage adult learners, try to degree complete, and it takes them 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years to finish programs. That is because of the way competency education programs are designed to give 100% of the curriculum every day of the year to any student that needs it at any single time. Think about how different that is from parsing out knowledge on calendar base and parsing out programs based upon a 4-year cycle, in which if you get outside of that cycle, you have to wait another 2-3 years to hit that course. And all of higher education in one way or the other is built upon that model, with the competency education programming really turning that model on its head. I just mentioned that as kind of a wide view of why it is so powerful and so effective at this time, and why increasingly adult learners, but not only adult learners, 18-year-olds, et cetera, even middle schoolers. SNHU is bringing competency education into middle schools in New Hampshire and other states all across the country right now, because it meets needs as students demonstrate those needs. Yep. So let me get to quickly and show the results of this. This was Robert Placido, who is the Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs, put together a model of our credit hour generation that was expected back in 2017. You can see where we were about 22,000. We were hopeful if we got anybody enrolled in the CB program that Dean Chang mentioned, hopeful we'd get to maybe 23,000. Now we're looking at this, right? We're beyond our goal of 36,000 and projection up to 83,000. Again, because of the choice that this institution has made to engage in this in this type of education with other faculty from across the system and assisting in that right now. Then we turn it quickly for Dean Chang to point out where some of these enrollments are coming from in these next couple of slides, and then we'll have time for questions from the board.
So you can see from this map that we have students in every single continent of the world. We have currently 57 international students that are enrolled, but that does not mean that we have increasing applications as well from all different countries around the world. If we narrow it down to domestic students in the United States for the fall 1 and fall 2 session, we had 931 students that were from the United States, all different parts of the country. Bringing it closer to home, we have approximately 250 students who are within the state of Maine. These numbers here demonstrate our age distribution. And so in line with what I had talked about previously, most of our students are between the ages of 24 and 43. I also wanted to mention that Your Pace seeks to meet the needs of the global workforce. And that certainly starts with what the needs are here in the state of Maine. Dean Margison will talk very briefly about those scholarships that we have in education.
So thanks to a University of Maine System Adult Learner Grant, we are actually currently offering 6 scholarships, one for each Your Pace session to ed techs in the state of Maine. And so that is currently out in our K-12 schools and our special education directors. And so we look forward to being able to introduce Your Pace to ed techs who might want to increase their credentials or gain a 4-year degree, which can then help them become certified classroom teachers in Maine. Thank you.
Thank you. If we narrow it down to the students who are under the age of 24 within the state of Maine, we're looking at 25 students who are under the age of 24. Most of these students come from the community colleges, they come from our competitors, but they also, a very small percentage come from our sister institutions. And as we see our enrollments growing, the data suggests that that percentage remains consistent. Very, very briefly, I just wanted to mention also that the growth of Your Pace has certainly been inspiring for the team. The Your Pace team has remained consistent, even though our growth and our students enrolled has increased tremendously. The Your Pace team has tapped into the resources of our own campus as well as the system resources. And so this is something that we wanted to indicate that we are a small but mighty, mighty team. And we are constantly inspired and motivated by the stories of our students.
And if anybody on the board is interested in our ethic of care that we exercise with each other, both between our offices and with our students and each other, including with our traditional programming and our competency, I can get into that. But I know we want to respect the chair and make sure we have time for questions here. So with that, I'll get to see, it's all about the journey. And I think that's the thing I want to leave everybody with is our presentation of higher education and its services have to match the journey that the students feel themselves on. If those the two things don't match, whether it's in Industry 4.0 and University 4.0, we will not be able to take advantage of the situation that we're in right now. The other thing I want to underscore is our demographics, our students are coming from people that aren't being served within our traditional programs that we have here. It's a different, overwhelmingly, it's a different group of students, and that shows huge potential growth for every institution within the University of Maine system working out through competency education. And we're happy to take any questions we have, and I can even pull my CBO up here to answer financial questions or anything such as that.
Yep.
Ray, would you explain why you have no passion about this?
Thank you. It was a great presentation. Thank all three of you. It was very, very informative. I know we have lots of questions. I'm going to take the prerogative of the chair who needs, I only now understand what agency means. So you have to understand, but thank you. can you give me a concrete example? How does this work? I'm that accountant. I've been working for 10 years and I still have to take an intro course, which I know how does it work? How do I do that and do it so quickly? How does it work concretely?
So how does the process of enrolling and getting credit?
Why can't I just get credit for intro? Why can't I just get credit and
Right, which is why we have a robust process of prior learning credit that we offer to our students, and that can be up to 30 credit hours. I forget what the amount of prior.
Can you speak more to that and sort of how that works and how you assure quality? But it seems it's a particularly important piece, I think, that work experience counts.
Yep.
Work experience absolutely counts. There are a number of ways that, well, there are at least 2 ways that a student might be able to get good credit for that. So if we use the accountant example, the student might choose to apply for credit for prior learning. There is a specific system-wide process for attaining credit for that type of experience. There is also the ability to transfer in some sort of credits that they might have earned somewhere else at a different institution, for example, if they have had that path. The way that the competency-based education content is structured is so that students are exposed to a group of content. Presumably, if they have had that level of experience already, they are able to very quickly move through. There are what we call milestones within those courses. Usually they are mapped to the course learning outcomes very specifically. So if they are able to demonstrate their proficiency of those course learning outcomes, they are then able to very quickly move through that content.
How do they demonstrate that? Tests? Is it?
It depends on how that competency has been designed. So usually those milestones are scaffolded in a way so that when the student gets to the final assessment, they have already built up all of their knowledge and their skills to get there. It could take the form of a content knowledge quiz. It could be a reflective paper. It could be an outline for a project that they're anticipating.
Great, thank you. And I know Trustee Cates had a question, I suspect.
Yeah, and the only other thing I would say is those milestones, one, the way competency education is structured, because it's outcomes based. So we have every outcome mapped out. So that allows you to match people's prior experiences in a way, and very expeditiously in a way that a regular course syllabus does not allow you to map. So it allows you to give you the prior learning credit up front much more rapidly and identify those skills that they already have. And then it allows a student to accelerate through the module itself. And you can go through those milestones very quickly if you already have that knowledge and get to the final culminating assessment. And if you need the additional help, you can slow yourself down and therefore take longer in that competency, depending upon what your skill level is. So it really matches the skill level. It allows the skill level of the individual to match the time they need to take within the module, rather than having to sit there for 15 weeks. Even if you already know most of the information, you still have to wait 15 weeks before you can take a final exam, get a grade, and move on to the next. You can move on the next day when you finish a competency in a CBE program.
Thank you. Trustee Cates.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on thank you very much for the presentation. I think I finally understand exactly how this works now, and I appreciate it.
It's taken years for us too. So
well,
don't, that's not.
Yeah, but by following up on her question, who's the arbiter initially of how much credit you get for your prior experience? Who designs that, and who is the regulator of that, so to speak, so that it's does UMPI set that up? Is there a national organization that has set those standards so that the person who's worked in the accounting office is going to get this much credit? Who makes that decision?
I'll let Dr. Jang fill that out. But the baseline is 30 credits. Every individual has to take at least 30 credit hours. That's based upon board standards, right? And that's also national standards. And then you set your standards of what you accept, either through prior learning credit or through transfer credit, based upon the organizations and the institutions that you recognize. So then you fill up out to that number of credits that are observed. So we have some students that come in with 150 credit hours. So they just need the 30 credit hours to actually finally get a degree.
So the UMPI staff and faculty make those decisions on John Smith's prior experience?
Absolutely, on a case-by-case basis,
Okay.
which is why it is so work intensive
Mm.
for our transfer officers as well as the individuals in the Your Pace platform to get responses to students. And by the way, students want that response that day. They want it the same day or the next day. And if you don't get that transcript analysis to them, they're moving on to whatever institution you want to add that has those resources. So that's why resources are so important to programs such as this.
Lassie, how can we all get credit for your 4-minute course on the history of higher education?
Trustee McCarthy.
Well, if you took the summative assessment, you'd be able to get credit from just those slides right there. So.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Very excited about the Your Pace program. You know, the team is working hard and a team that hasn't expanded, but with all the students and credit hours have gone up. I know there's a lot of work because we're not thank you for all that. But I was thinking about this, it strikes me that, you know, we've been talking about online education for a long time, which is, you know, a way to reach more people and access more people here. But when I think about Your Pace, it's almost like taking that plus some business model innovation, right? Straight from school, but business model innovation where not only are we reaching people, but you're lowering time and you're lowering cost to deliver something that's of value to them. And I think that is something that, you know, I think we need to keep in mind as we think about this program. It's sufficiently different from a lot of things that we look at. And also, if we look at the growth rates, I was starting to think from my like startup venture capital hat and all the questions that would be asked about like, well, how do we, what if we had double the resources, which I know a resource constrained system, but like, what if we did that? Like, what could we do to growth? What if people are going to find out about this? If it's working like this, how do we stay ahead, right? Like, how do we make sure that we're not the first to market, but like get kind of washed out, right? What do we do there? And then what does AI do to this model? In the future are the key questions that I'm thinking about. And I don't think you need to answer this right now, because I mean, some of these are like competitive advantage questions that you're still working through, but these are the things that I think as a group that we need to think about. The second area that I went to was, if we're talking about costs, generally in the world is the questioning of higher education, right? And the value of higher education. And a model like this, where cost and student debt is likely pretty low, and there's likely a benefit, and I would like to see, maybe you have this data on like the income bump on some of the students that get it. Is there a way to run that ROI number? And that, if it, in my head, it could be a national news story, right? Where you could drive more people to this, that this program could do that, and it could be great PR and marketing. So thank you for the work. I don't know if there's a question in here, but it's just some reflections as you spoke about this.
I'll let Dr. Chang give a couple of comments on that to keep us safely in the you know, competitive realm here. But I'll add to what you just mentioned, Trustee McCarthy, is efficiency is the other component of competency education that it addresses. Efficiency in delivering the program, which efficiency in a university 4.0 setting is different in a university 3.0 setting, right? The universities in higher learning 3.0 were very efficient because we followed a model of how one individual delivers information to a classroom full of people, or a traditional online environment, but still following the general calendar, and there's still general rules of what that live course would be. Most people like myself that switched over to online teaching simply converted what we did in our syllabus into an online format. You have to kind of reverse engineer that in regards to competency education to get to efficiency, which is absolutely critical to that. And I'll let Dr. Chang give maybe some very high level insights of how to address those. Yeah, they are.
If we had that ROI number, that would be like my land of rainbows and unicorns if we could get there. We are in the process of identifying a alumni survey that we'd like to learn more about our students and their success post Your Pace, post CBE. To address the resources question, I think there are components of the infrastructure that Betsy and I work very closely on, as well as the other individuals on campus. And the infrastructure is built on two things. It's human resources, but as well as technology. It's the incorporation of technologies like AI, such as a chatbot, that we can create efficiencies within the team and within our infrastructure.
I have a lineup. I have trustee McMahon, trustee Landry, trustee Kane, trustee Flood.
You talked about 57 students, I think it was, came from overseas. Can you talk a little bit about how you give prior learning credit there? Presumably their basic academic education was in an overseas institution, not accredited within our system. So how do you do prior learning experience, prior learning credit, if my degree's from some other country?
There is an official process where the students have to submit some sort of portfolio or paper or proposal that is then worked on with the full-time faculty to determine those types of equivalencies.
Trustee Landry?
Well, Mr. Rice's great presentation. Particularly interested in the university. I know, knowing that the time frame between 2.0 and 2.0 and 3.0 is hundreds of years.
Yep.
And your comment about the university is always several steps behind. And so we know that the pace of change, particularly with AI, is going to be rapid, transformational, things that in all levels of our experience with the university, from students to faculty to administration to competitive pressures. So it's not a question for today because the chair is going to say we're out of time and we are, but I'd be very interested at a future point in hearing your view of the ingredients or how universities, in particular this university, can kick up that pace, because we don't have 20, 30 years to think about these changes. We need to be in front of them as much as possible. That will change, obviously, in how universities have been running in the past. So, yeah, it's a question for the future to think about, but what the ingredients of that look like in order to be able to pick up that pace. Does that question even make sense?
It absolutely makes sense. And it's probably the question, like, how do we use AI as a tool rather than just as a threat and a concern, which it is. It's a threat and a concern in regards to assessment and in ensuring that students are demonstrating actual mastery of content. But so how do we use that as a tool to work with students to learn from AI? And then how to use AI and automated learning as a way to provide, say, virtual laboratories through competency-based education, which right now we're still using, more of a university 3.0 for things like labs. So there's a whole vast set of areas that have to be addressed to increase that efficiency and what I would agree that access to every single possible learner. But those are absolute critical issues to address.
About the opportunities, how does a state like Maine, with a far-flung, not very well endowed university system, largely rural, how do we take advantage of those characteristics and also be in that group that's ahead of the curve? So that's a future discussion. Hopefully we check that out, and I very much appreciate all.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And a critical future discussion. I have trustee Kane, trustee Flood, and Mike. Okay, trustee Kane.
Thank you. My question is quick. I think you've referenced faculty a few times, but you've had a lot of growth. Is it the same number of people teaching these courses because they're all online? Or, I mean, where do your faculty come from for this? Because this is a different, as you talked about, it's a different structure every 8 weeks rather than the semester. Can you just talk about the instructional side of this program?
When I first started here in the Your Pace programs, we were working with about 30 faculty instructors of record in the Your Pace modality. We are now upwards of 64 instructors of record, and those numbers continue to grow as we have more enrollments. Our adjunct faculty come from all around the world, and we are able to take advantage of this fully online asynchronous modality so that we can diversify and think about breadth and bring that breadth of knowledge to our students.
Do you recruit those faculty members? Do they self-identify? Because if they're all over the world, that, that's cool and awesome, like your students are, but how do you find them? Do they find you?
A little bit of both. We have a posting that has been up for the last year and a half that just stays there. We are in the process of wanting to refresh that to include some of the new programs that we would like to develop and hire for. There is also word of mouth. I have tapped into my network of faculty, and that's where we are getting some of our faculty from across the country.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are any of those faculty UMS?
Sorry, I wanted to, at
any of
Dr. Leduc's request, the full-time faculty at this institution are also very much vested into the development of the competencies as well as the teaching of those competencies.
And are any of those faculty, other faculty from other UMS universities?
Yes, we work very actively with faculty, for example, at Fort Kent.
Great,
Yep.
great, thank you. Trustee Flood. And this is the, questions are critical, so we're not going to cut this off if people have other questions.
Therefore, I have 12 questions. No.
I changed my mind.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's great. And I am amazed by what you're doing. But my question is how do you, it's about defense. How do you defend? Okay, how do you defend when the people who are still operating under a 2.0, 3.0 version of education, your 4.0 version of education, they go, whoa, 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 whoa. You're doing in a year what we take 4 years to do. How do you get away with that? I mean, that's the kind of question I have. How do you address that comfortably? And I just would like to hear a little bit about how you do that. How do you defend that, which is so vastly different compared to old stuff? How do you defend that?
And a friendly amendment, how do you assure the quality is the same
Thank you.
or better?
I think one is that we are regionally accredited. And so we like to think that there is certainly academic rigor behind that. I'm always consistently very conscious that we are a fully online asynchronous modality, and that can raise eyebrows across the country, I think, when we look at higher education and academic rigor along those lines. For that reason, we work very closely with our full-time faculty to ensure that our programs are the exact same in terms of the meeting of the learning outcomes as it is in any modality, regardless of where the student is, regardless of how they're earning their degree. Because at the end of the day, their student's diploma doesn't make the distinction about the modality. And so it's an UMPI degree. It's something that we want to be proud of. It's something that we want to be able to say with confidence as that student marches across the stage, that all of our students have attained and demonstrated their proficiency in the same learning outcomes. Thank you.
Other questions?
Oh, did you want to add?
I would just add quickly as well, thinking with my faculty hat on, developing in your pace. I think one of the key pieces of quality design is thinking about that final assessment, making sure that it's project-based so that it is not recitation, it's not simple recall, but that there is some sort of an application of the knowledge and skills. So as an example from a course or competency that I developed on teaching students with special needs in inclusive classrooms, that final assessment is a mock interview with a school board who could potentially be hiring that teacher. And so those milestone assessments that President Rice mentioned are sort of scaffolded opportunities in the competency to begin to think about the reflections and the application of the content that will lead up to that interview. So I think the project-based nature, the integration of some critical thinking skills in that final assessment, which we do as part of the design of all competencies, has been also really important for the quality.
Anybody else? Seeing none, thank you. President Rice, are you going to do a wrap up?
Nope, except for, and this gets to Trustee Flood's question, it's really a paradigm shift. In fact, I've gone through at least two major paradigm shifts of my teaching in my 26-year career as a faculty member and as administrator. And that it was like a seismic shift from the way I taught at point A to B to C. Competency education does require a knowledge of that shift, of that paradigm shift that you have to be prepared for. You can't just simply morph what you know and are comfortable with and put it in a different form. You have to be willing to deconstruct that, to use another term I love from, the 80s and literary theory, and really put that back together in a way that meets the challenge. That's probably the biggest challenge for faculty or anybody else doing this work, because it is a different paradigm from the 3.0. But if you go with that, you can see results that I think every full-time faculty member that teaches in both modalities or triple modalities gets a sense of reward from the people they work with that is specific to competency-based education, and that is different from the equally important rewards that they get from a more traditional modality.
Chancellor.
Great. Thank you very much. And the team, thank you very much for the presentation. I think it was very helpful. I just want to remind folks that this particular program is an overnight success in its 7th year.
I was wondering where you were going with that.
No, but it is a reminder that as we make changes, they need to be incorporated over a period of time into an educational institution. And there really are no overnight successes in higher education. And as you saw a chart attest to that, where hundreds of years passed before real change took place. Which is a way of saying we need to be steady in our course, make investments, support those investments on an ongoing basis, and hope to have other successes, the likes of which we celebrate today. Thank you.
Great way to close. Thank you very much. It was very, very informative. We really very much appreciate it. Why don't we move on to our President's Roundtable to ask each president to take a minute or two and just give us some highlights of happenings at their campus. And I will start, I think, with Fort Kent, President Hadeen. Surprise.
Good morning. Is it working? You can hear me. Great. Hello, everyone. I have a number of items to share on behalf of the employees and students at UMFK. First of all, homecoming is September 22nd through the 24th. We had an amazing event, Light the Field. It was the dedication of the Michael Simon Field, due to the generous gift of from Jamil Simon and on behalf of the Simon family. It was a fun-filled evening and weekend, and we are so thrilled to have soccer lights on the soccer field, as well as a new scoreboard. And it's really fun in the evenings to be walking around campus and you see these big bright lights on and you know they're out there practicing, where in the past they were never able to do that. Next, I have a few our students are doing some amazing, engaging work in our community. Last weekend, the Behavioral Science Club, Sustainability Club, and the Wilderness Sporting, which they refer to themselves as Miss Fish Club, they hosted a Halloween bash and haunted walk, and the three of the groups co-sponsored it. In collaboration with the Fort Kent High School drama group. And it's so neat. They raised over $1,000 having a haunted walk through the woods. And so what a great way for these student groups to work together with the community and supporting a community event. Coming up on December 1st, the junior nursing students are holding a student health fair for grades K through 6 from 3 school districts and anticipating 650 students on our university campus. Booth topics will include vitals, weight, nutrition, sleep, physical activity, mindfulness, bullying, mental health, fire, and backpack safety. I'm going to attend the backpack safety one. I think that will be helpful. And then in closing, we are incredibly grateful to the UMFK alumni and current students who responded to the events involved with the search or cared for those that were injured during the Lewiston shooting. We have incredible appreciation for the work that they were involved in. And even though at first, I think we felt because we were in Fort Kent, we were so far away from the situation, when actually we were intimately involved with the situation. And so we're incredibly grateful for their work, and we thank them for their service. Thank you.
Thank you. Provost Volan for University of Maine.
Great, thank you, Chair Riley. So I'm going to talk a little bit about recognitions. One, I want to recognize, speaking of soccer, our women's soccer won their first ever America East championship yesterday, 3-2. In double overtime. So very exciting. So now they'll be going on to the NCAA tourney. They actually beat University of Massachusetts Lowell. So hopefully Joan's doing well in her review. So a few other recognitions. Couple Lifetime Achievement Awards. One is for our president, Joan Freeney Mundy, who was honored with the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics Lifetime Achievement Award last week in DC. This award is for those that have demonstrated distinguished leadership, instruction, and service to the mathematics education field at the national level for more than 25 years. So that was quite an honor, and certainly well deserved. Also, he's Emeritus Professor John, if you knew him, Vetolino, he goes by Vet. He earned a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, which is also a significant award. It was for his work in sensor and microacoustics research, education, and entrepreneurship. And finally, I'll end with last week, Habib and his team at ASTC was recognized for the BioHome 3D, which received a prestigious national award at the KMX 2023 conference. Well, it's an expo. It's the Composites and Advanced Manufacturing Expo that was held in Atlanta. And so that was also, pretty amazing award. So great. I'll end there. Thanks.
Great. President Edmondson.
I also feel like I know that Chair Riley, you acknowledged what happened in Lewiston when you opened your remarks this morning, but I also feel like I need to acknowledge that as well. It had that tragedy had a really significant impact on our campus. And so I was really, you asked for moments of hope. I think that the hope came for me when I saw how people came together across the University of Southern Maine, across our campus locations to support one another. There was a vigil on our campus on Wednesday afternoon that was led by and developed by our students. There will be another vigil at the Lewiston campus next Tuesday afternoon. And so we're still working through the process of helping one another to heal. We did have some good news after the census that I wanted to share. The October census revealed that our first to second year retention rate among our students was at 75.6%. It's the highest it's been in over 11 years. I think 11 years is the mark because that's as far back as we can see in the data. Great. So we were really quite proud of that. There are a lot of people working very hard on our student retention initiatives. We did have some championship games this past weekend as well. Our women's soccer team won the Little East Championship. It was their second year in a row. And our women's field hockey won the Little East Championship. So those were back-to-back games on Saturday at Hannaford Field, and both USM, the Huskies, were successful in both tournaments. And also I participated in a panel in October, the middle of October, with the Arctic Circle Assembly in Reykjavik with colleagues from Iceland and Finland. And the panel was about the importance of university and business partnerships. And it was a really rich conversation. We're doing a lot of work through the New England Ocean Cluster in Portland. It was a great opportunity for me to learn more about the long connections that we've had with university in Iceland, as well as partners in Finland. And so I'm excited about seeing how that work may continue on. And then finally, if you are in Gorham anytime soon, it's only 10 miles from Portland. It feels very far, but our theater program is putting on a production of Shakespeare's The Winter's Tale. And so I think I heard Ray say, ooh. So
So that'll be great. So you're welcome to come. There are multiple performances. We have incredibly talented theater students. So you're welcome to join us for one of those. Thank you.
Great. President Rice, when will you be in Gorham?
Shortly, obviously. You've heard enough from us. I'll just say one thing because Kevin McCartney would not forgive me if I didn't. You all know, I'm sure, the scale model of the solar system that adorns Route 1 coming up from Holton up to here, ending with the sun on the campus here. Because of course, you know, in a heliocentric world, Umpi's got the sun. So we've had an old model that's inside a building. We are fundraising and Kevin McCartney is doing just an incredible yeoman's task to fundraise the amount necessary to put a structure right out along Route 1, right in front of the administration building, Preble Hall. So everyone will be able to visit the sun. It's a full aluminum model and painted and all that stuff. And Denise Trombley wanted to get some like butane tanks so it would actually fire up at night or something. But we thought that might be a little, potentially dangerous, and risk management wouldn't like that. Yeah. So, but I'll just mention that because anybody wants to contribute, you'll see these flyers just say fund the sun. So that's what it's about. Just warning people so that you know.
It's when you begin to see them that you know your ride is almost over. Dean Softly.
I have to go after Ray and butane
You're the
tanks
moon.
and
You're
the
the
sun.
moon.
The moon. I'm going to have to work on that one. So I have three things to talk about. One is the amazing staff at the University of Maine School of Law. The second is our students, and I'll tell you about that in just a second. And then third, I always have to tell you how the facility is actually changing the world. But let me start with our staff. You might have heard me say this before, but we don't have enough staff. So for example, our CBO is our HR director, our facilities director, and our incident commander. And over the last, don't give me that, Ray. Over the last 2 months, our very small staff have had to deal with the fact that bringing in the 1L class, which is an amazing 1L class, left us with a dramatic budget gap. They've been working to close that gap through these last 2 months, and we are almost there, and they are absolutely amazing in the work that they've been doing. On top of that, though, they have, and I'll go back to President Edmondson's comments, they have had to support students who have really, really struggled with the various horrible things that are going on in the world, and the staff have been amazing, and I'm so grateful for them. All right, so I'll move on to happy things. Our students, our graduating students in the class of 23 took the bar exam this summer, and 89% passed the bar the very first time, which is huge and incredibly important and starts them off on wonderful careers. At the same time, our graduating class of 22, the students who graduated last spring, are employed now at about a 94% rate. So the quality of the class is going up all the time. The students are doing amazing things out there in the world. And our 1L class this year undertook their very first day of giving, where they fanned out through the community and helped all kinds of access to justice and other organizations that needed help. They came back energized and ready to change the world, which is wonderful. So then let me tell you about the funny thing that's been going on in the building. With the assistance of the Alphons through UMS Transforms and the facility itself, we are constantly busy in this fabulous new building. But the most fun thing, other than a few private events that we won't go into in any detail, the most fun thing that happened this year is that the Greater Portland Chamber of Commerce, which is now working much more closely with the law school and with students who are going out into business law, held in our living room on that first floor a gathering of women in business, including some of the newcomer women who have created amazing businesses in the southern Maine area. And many of these people have not had an opportunity to meet and connect with each other in the ordinary way that businesses do that. So in the living room of 300 4th Street at the Maine Center, they held what was basically a speed dating event, which was all women, all lined up. They all took 5 minutes to meet each other and move on. It was the funniest, most exciting event we'd seen in a long time. And our students were invited to participate in that and now have a much greater idea of all the fabulous businesses that are now growing and fueling the Maine economy. Thank you very much.
We used to call it networking. Now we call it speed dating. President McDonald.
Good morning. So we have been laser focused on retention. And, as you know, in post-COVID, our students are coming to us with academic, emotional, and financial challenges. And so we've done a number of things. We have increased our Learning Commons, which is peer-to-peer student tutoring, by 300%. We have beefed up our counseling services, and certainly during the Lewiston event, that was most important. And we have secured a Title III grant for $2 million over a 5-year period for first-year students to improve the likelihood of their success, improving study skills, time management, stress management, strength assessment, career pathways, and a sense of belonging. As a result, we're proud to say that our retention rate is at 80.7, which is the highest in the system. It's by no accident that happened. A lot of hard work went behind that. The second thing I would like to point out is that we have opened our new Sweat Winter Child Care and Early Education Center. There will be a formal opening in late November or December. That date is being coordinated with our elected officials that were so instrumental in securing the funds for that center. On the enrollment side, we are working hard to recruit community college students. We now have created 46 articulation agreements with the community college and far more presence on the community colleges to recruit than we have had in the past. And finally, I will talk about our Family, Friends, and Alumni event, which took place just a few weeks ago. First, let me mention our 50th reunion, the class of 1973. And I had met with students earlier. And anytime you meet with students, it always somehow comes down to food. But these graduates just marveled at the dining hall and the choice of delicious food. And they recalled their own experiences where there was no choice and Jell-O or pudding for dessert. So they thought that we had really improved significantly over a 50-year period. We also, during that time, had a haunted walk where the track and field team put on this haunted walk, which raised close to $5,000. It was during that time that I found my true calling, which is putting marshmallows on sticks for s'mores. And I would just thank John Moore and his wife Jennifer for really their help during that event. So that's a report from Farmington.
Jello or pudding sounds like a choice. President Edmondson.
Thank you. As you know, UMA has an unusual historical mission in the context of higher education. It was founded in 1965 as a workforce development university in the capital city to serve the state of Maine and beyond. And we've developed into a locus of lifelong learning that serves students from every population, meeting students where they are, both online. And by the way, we've been recognized by US News and World Report for our high quality distance learning in 3 separate categories: top 100 best overall online, best for veterans online, and best business management online. So we're proud of that. And we also serve in person at our 2 campuses and 8 centers. And our centers in particular reach the least resource populations, including rural and justice impacted students. And we partner with other higher education institutions and local industries in these centers to meet the state's workforce needs. So I want to highlight 3 great things happening at our centers. So first, our Brunswick Center continues to provide local professional development opportunities to employees of Bath Iron Works. And we responded to their request, BIW's request, for a higher education partner to provide in-person education near their site. And we've scheduled more live courses in the center for the upcoming spring semester. And we are actively seeking more of these opportunities as Maine businesses look for higher education partners to build a stronger, more educated workforce. Our Brunswick Center also plays a key role in UMaine's Manufacturing of the Future initiative, and due to airspace limitations in Augusta and Bangor, supports our own remote piloted aircraft or drone program, as well as our soon-to-be launched Airframe Maintenance Technical School, or AMTS. At our Lewiston Center, which is a partnership with USM's Lewiston Auburn campus, we hosted an event on October 18th to celebrate receiving a $665,000 grant from Northeast Delta Dental for the purpose of expanding our dental assisting clinic to the center. Our partnership with USM at the center allows us to impact workforce needs where they are most needed in the state. And our new clinic is in high demand. Our child clinic had 50 appointments available this fall, and all appointments were fully booked within 1 day. And finally, our Rockland, Saco, and Ellsworth centers partner with the Maine Department of Corrections on our successful prison education program. Our localized student success and advising model with academic support services provided by the centers is key to our ability to reduce recidivism in our justice impacted students. Without the local coordination, we wouldn't be able to sustain the education of more than 150 incarcerated or released students. And we have a number of correctional facilities throughout the state, including Maine State Prison, Southern Maine Women's Reentry Center in Wyndham, Maine Correctional Center, Mountain View, and Baldock. And I'm proud to say that this innovative prison education program will be featured on the next cover of EdTech magazine.
Great. Congratulations. Thank you all very much. Let's move on to tab 1, and then we'll take a quick break before the chancellor's report, just so plan ahead. Let's move on to the policy for student trustee. You'll all remember that the legislature there's a new law on the books to provide us 2 student trustees who are elected, who are nominated through an election process by students. It's very much student driven and intended to be so. And we've been working with a group of students and our student reps to try to pull this together with Sam Warren's great help. You'll remember in the early iterations of our concerns, we were worried about the conflict of interest statute, that we remain deeply committed to the notion that a trustee cannot have a fiduciary relationship directly or indirectly and be a trustee. We were able to overcome that given the unique role of students. They are students first, employees second. They are different than any other being, and they are the reason that we do our work. So we concluded that though there was a conflict, that we could overcome it through our own policies. And we've been working with the students. And I want to thank Katie Ashley, particularly our student rep, who's been very, very helpful, and Sam Warren's been just terrific. So we saw this language last time. Since the last time, we've had some conversations with students who raised some concerns, and Divya's been instrumental in this discussion. And I would ask her to add anything to this. We've basically made 3 changes from what you saw before. The first is to change the dates of implementation to make sure that all the dates are synchronous, that we didn't have a startup date that was different than future dates. The second was to clarify that the board's office role is in no way to vet those students elected by the student governments, but rather to just expedite the process. We're a pass-through, and we tightened the time. We clarified that and tightened the time. And we were concerned, Katie and others, Divya, others, raised questions about the pool of eligible graduate student applicants, and we creatively defined what a full-time graduate student is to expand the pool of eligible graduates. So with those 3 changes, this policy is the same as what you saw before, and I would ask Trustee Singram if there's anything to add.
I want to recognize again Katie Ashley and all of the student representatives and the presidents at each of the university campuses who have put in hours of work into just discussing this policy and thinking about how it can be implemented. And wanted to just shout that out.
Great, thank you. And Sam Warren has led the charge and done the drafting, and thank you all for all your work. So any questions or comments? Seeing none, let me read the resolution that the Board of Trustees accepts this final version of the student trustee policy enacting the private and special law 2023, Chapter 14, LD 1656, Section 217, selection of the University of Maine System Board of Trustees student members. Could I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Kane, seconded by Trustee Singram. Any more comments? Comments? All those in favor? Raise your hands. All those opposed? It clearly passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you again, Katie and Sam and Trustee Singram. It's been quite a work in progress, and it's a different way of approaching this issue and really does empower students. And I guess that means it gives students agency. So with that, did I get it right? Okay. With that, let us take a no longer than 10-minute break, and then so that we have a full attention to the Chancellor's report, which will be the next item. Quick break. All right, let's reconvene. Of course, where's the chancellor? Okay, let us get back to the agenda at hand. Everybody, could you please take a seat? Take it where? We are reconvening for the chancellor's report. Chancellor Malloy.
Okay. It's great to be with everyone. Let me begin by celebrating the success of our universities, and particularly the success of the people who are leading those institutions, and certainly thank John for sitting in for Joan who's doing important work. But the stories told just now are not new and are not unusual. The reality is that each of our campuses works day in and day out to produce that kind of news. And I think sometimes we tend to feel bad about ourselves or worry about where we are. And then we should always remind ourselves that come every May, we're graduating thousands of people with new degrees that many of them may not have thought they would ever earn. And the life experience that is gained at each of our universities is very important. They're very similar, but they're also in many cases different as well. And so I just want to say to the presidents, I thank you very much for your hard work day in and day out. I also want to thank my vice chancellors who are doing extraordinary work, and that's represented in other parts of this meeting, but we are a team. Our presidents, our vice chancellors, and hopefully myself as well, in bringing about the kinds of change that you all have asked for as trustees. I want to go back to what Chair Riley noted at the beginning of this meeting. And remind everyone that we had built an approach to the current academic year that expected at least a 3% decline in enrollment. That was done very differently over the last few years, having changed how we would come up with a number based on statistics and actual experience in the year before, and building that into our model. But I will also share with you that during much of the late spring and summer, we were fearful that that number would be somewhere between 4% and 6% decline. But we also were well aware of what the national trend had been with slower decision making by today's traditional students. And in reaction to that, we began a campaign that was actively driving students to be reminded of the acceptances, the obligation to tell us what they were going to do, as well as new reach outs to potential students, particularly in the early college program in Maine, to attract them to our university. That hard work promoted by each of the presidents with their staffs was successful, and today we celebrate a 0.7% decline in that number, as opposed to the 3% built into our budget or the 4 to 6% that others were saying would come about. But it doesn't stop there. We have and have had in Maine a very serious demographic challenge. I always say this, Maine is the oldest state in the nation, but we're also located in the oldest region in the nation. And the demographics represented in the region and in the state make our jobs very difficult. That's why the success of Ray Rice and Carolyn Dorsey and the faculty at this university, as well as other faculty attracted to this program, their work is so very important. I'll point out that just a year ago, when we were last on this campus, we were bemoaning the possibilities or the lack of possibilities for Fort Kent, Farmington, and this university to stage the kind of advancement that we were all hoping they could and would bring about, and that we had invested a great amount of time and money and energy to bring about. And 1 year later, we can celebrate that each of those universities has made great progress. It doesn't get permanent until it's permanent, but we should never miss an opportunity to celebrate the success of faculty leadership and change at each of our universities, and we should certainly be proud of that. But it's also why we have programs going after increasing transfer rates amongst community college students, particularly graduates, to our program to finish their baccalaureate program. Very large scale projects underway with respect to adult and working learners, particularly those adult learners who have had some collegiate experience and now have decided that for the good of their career, or because perhaps life circumstances have changed somewhat, it's time to address those needs. That work will largely be done on an electronic basis, a delivery system different than 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. Clearly the program here at this university addresses that audience of people, but those people also want other experiences that can be supplied by our traditional, although different modality system. We celebrate the fact that the system has identified dollars to spend with respect to that audience of people in particular. Each of the universities gave us an application on how they would spend those dollars. Really strong programs put forth by those universities, each of the universities, and we were well into that. I would also say stepping up our efforts on international students is certainly something that we need to do and are doing, and see growth at a number of our universities, again, partially predicted, but because brought about because of hard work at each of the universities. But as our government is easing it or making it easier for at least some students from some international areas to get to this country, we need to get our share, and we are competing for that. I want you to know. I will say to you that on each of my visits to the campuses that I have had my fall visit, Ray, you have me for another day tomorrow. I remind people and faculties and staff that it is our necessity to meet the market, to realize, as was so aptly demonstrated in the slide, that we can't be one thing and serve all. Let me say that again. We can't be one style, one delivery system, one model, and meet the needs of all of the people. And as we change to meet the market, I hope that that will put us in better stead going forward with respect to our populations. I am now quite proudly pointing out that it's our online delivery systems that will be the underpinning of the success of our traditional classroom learning. Without going after that audience of people and bringing in the dollars necessary to underpin that model would be under more danger than it currently is. I also want to say that we should also celebrate the amount of collaborative work ongoing, in part because of unified accreditation, but also because of the need to meet that market challenge that's taking place across all of our universities. And I want to thank the faculty at each of our universities for agreeing to participate in that program as we attempt to make sure that we can gain the most from our ability to make change, meet the market, and bring in not only students, but send out degrees. I also want to say that there is other extraordinary work, which I touch upon in some of my messages to you. But I want to point one other thing out. Since, as you know, when I got here, I decided that we should not we needed to look at early college students differently than we did our traditional students because of the lack, well, first of all, because the income is quite different and the numbers of credits being taken by that group of people is substantially less. But we did not turn our back on early college. I want to be very clear. And we do, in fact, consider all of those early college folks as part of our system, but not a comparable to someone who's taking 4 or 5 courses at a time, or master's or doctoral program. So today I can tell you that since 2019, our university's share of the early college students has gone up by 1,750 students in the state of Maine. And that is one of the reasons that we are reaching out to that particular audience with great gusto to try to attract them to if they got their credits through us, to get the rest of their credits through us. We are working hard to make sure that we can capitalize on that experience that they've had with us, in some cases on our own campuses and by our own faculty or faculty elsewhere that we work with in the delivery of that in that system. Let me then turn to the sad news that we have all lived with internationally and within the state. I have to say to you that I am very proud and very happy with how the presidents and, quite frankly, their teams have worked on each of the campuses to address what is a mental health challenge for all of us at the moment, including having gone to different delivery systems of counseling literally overnight at a number of our campuses to make sure that that need is identified by the student themselves or the faculty member themselves or the staff member themselves, that could be addressed in this horrendous situation of mass death in our own state and what we're witnessing playing out internationally. And I want to thank each of them, as well as staff and faculty, for responding to that great need. And we should celebrate them for that. And finally, what I would like to do is point out that we have a new member of the team. Seth Goodall is with us. Seth, could you stand up for 1 minute so everybody makes sure they know him? Seth is the CEO of the Maine Center Ventures and the Executive Director of the Maine Graduate Professional Center in Portland. This is an important moment as we turn a page from a startup to a fully engaged operation throughout the state. I also want to compliment Seth that he has already had meetings on a number of our campuses. He's a trooper in the car, getting out and introducing himself. But you should also understand that he is previously was at Santander Bank in Boston. He was appointed by President Obama previously to serve as the regional administrator of the SBA. We had dinner one night and he reminded me that he came to my office when I was governor of Connecticut. His memory is better than mine, but I appreciate that work, and I think that will be applied to the job that he currently has. He did also serve in the Maine Senate, including as majority leader. He's a graduate of Maine law as well. And I get to say that he's also a UConn graduate. So, as you are, as Raymond is as well. The filling of this position, as well as a redirection of this position, is part of our strategic plan and greater outreach to the marketplace with respect to the works that need to be done within our university system. So with that, I welcome you on board and complete my report. Thank you.
Great. Any questions for the Chancellor? With that, we will turn to, do we have time to do strategic? Yes. Carolyn Dorsey. Vice Chancellor Dorsey. And whoever else she wants.
Oh, you're Jeff, were you gonna come up with me? Okay. I thought, not sure what's happening. So we are changing the order just a little bit to accommodate a couple of different things. One is that Trustee Kane has to step out at 11. So I'm going to just move over to her. My entire update is about strategic plan implementation. So I'll let her take the first part and then we'll move on from there.
Thank you, Carolyn, and thank you for the accommodation. I'll be right back. I just do have to do something at 11, but the Strategic Planning Committee had a meeting in October. We are adding a meeting in December because there's a lot of material to take in, and we are going to accommodate the need for time to go through that. The meeting is now going to be scheduled. I'm going to look at Kayla, but I believe it's Monday, the 18th at, I believe, 1 o'clock. Yep, 1 p.m. And we're going to be reviewing, because all of the campuses got their plans in on time. They are exceptionally comprehensive. And so we're going to be setting aside time to review those campus plans. And as well as Trustee Riley and I, Chair Riley and I have been working on a plan to get the executive committee together to review the proposal for committee distribution of ongoing accountability to the strategic plan, and how that will balance out between the various committees of the board and the strategic planning committee. And also, so we will work on that in December. We will also hear from Jen a little bit of what you'll hear today about the deliberate work that's going on to connect the University of Maine System Strategic Plan with the state of Maine's economic plan, and how there's a lot of deliberate overlap and exciting conversations that are going on there. But overall, you'll hear from Carolyn and from Jeff and from Jen. The implementation structure is now in place. We heard about that at our October meeting, and I think it's safe to say, and I think the presidents would agree, we are off and running with the strategic plan. And it is now sort of becoming synonymous with everything we're doing, right? It's no longer an and strategic planning. It's everything is now coming into sync with strategic planning. Like I would say the best parallel I can come up with is a unified accreditation, where unified accreditation started as something that was like and we are moving toward. I think we are about to make the turn with strategic planning like we did with unified accreditation, where it becomes synonymous with the work that we're doing. And that's exciting. So that's my update.
Perfect. So as Trustee Kane indicated, I wanted to say again that we did receive from all of the universities their goals. That was part of the 10-1 deliverable for presidents to offer that to us. You all have access to that now. And as she mentioned, we'll talk about it in more detail at the upcoming strategic planning committee meeting. But one thing, as I was reviewing them, I was very pleased to see that while there were some common threads that ran through them for things that we can do collaboratively, there were also very unique elements in each one. You could tell that the presidents and their leadership teams took time to think about what they might do to differentiate their particular institution, people they would partner with that made sense, people that would help them to promote the programs that they would like to be known for. So I was incredibly pleased to see that while there were areas where we can collaborate, they also took time to make sure that they can differentiate their institutions and the programs that they have. You, as I said, you have access to those, and we will discuss them at the upcoming meeting. But in addition to that, since that time, Chancellor Malloy has put into place several different initiatives. Several of them you heard about yesterday when we met, when Vice Chancellor St. John offered his update. There are several different initiatives that we've already kicked off around some of those commitments and goals that are listed in the strategic plan. So I'm pleased to let you know that while we're really getting into the implementation stage, we already have programs up and running. So we'll again give updates on that at the upcoming strategic planning committee meeting. There are some areas that we are still working on, and I'm going to turn the podium over to Vice Chancellor St. John. There are a few areas where we still need to define some of the timelines or goals within the strategic plan itself. So I will let him give you a quick update on that.
We had a chance to share with trustees at the last strategic planning committee meeting how a great number of goals within the plan are tied to what we would call existing functional groups within the system. So Ryan working with the chief business officers, me working with the provosts, our enrollment managers, our presidents. We have different groups that work together all the time and very successfully. But we also have goals within the plan that don't necessarily map to one of those existing groups. Where we'll be working with the chancellor and the presidents very closely to identify calls for participation from faculty, students, staff, administrative leaders at our universities in those groups. One example, just to make this concrete, is in commitment 3 within the plan, where we talk about making the University of Maine system a rewarding place to work. We have a whole subset of goals tied to place to work. Some of those are very aspirational and very non-specific to any particular set of work that one existing group does. So we might have students and staff working together on one of those goals. We might have faculty and academic leaders working together, but because there's no obvious group to assign that work to from the outset, we want to understand from the presidents and from the chancellor, what's the best way to put out a call for participation? How do we make sure that that call is representative across our universities? How do we have the right number of people come together? And And importantly, for those goals that are also undated, meaning the plan doesn't assign them to be achieved by a particular time, what timeline should we attach to those goals, and how then do we sequence that work? So that's the plan for that part of the plan, if that makes sense. We've got existing groups. We'll have other groups that are defined. Again, working with the chancellor and the presidents, we'll put out calls through a mechanism that Vice Chancellor Dorsey and I will work out with the trustees, in particular through Trustee Kane and the Strategic Planning Committee, and we'll go from there. So we're pleased to say, as Carolyn noted, we're now honing implementation processes, even as a number of the goals in the plan are already actively being worked on and pursued and moved toward either great progress or completion or both. And with that, I will hand it back to Carolyn.
We changed our speaking order as well as our order on the agenda, so it's a little bit on the fly. An additional next phase that we're sort of looking at is, again, those metrics and KPIs, the accountability piece of how we're going to track our progress and then regroup. You know, is this working? What do we need to do? What do we need to adjust? And also how we will report that out to you as the Board of Trustees. And we're working along with Vice Chancellor Lowe. He is looking at a way to do some reporting on the financial side, and we're going to align our reporting with the way he reports it so that it will be something that will be familiar to you all and that will flow together with what he's doing. In addition to that, we've been very pleased with the work that we've been doing with the state of Maine. We were invited in by their team to look at their 10-year economic strategy and how our plan aligns with their plan and what we can do together to put forward these initiatives. So I will ask Jen O'Leary, the Director of Strategic Initiatives, to give us an update on that work.
Hello. So just quickly to reiterate what Carolyn was saying, and then Trustee Kane, there's really this seamless effort. So whatever's developed from a kind of reporting out structure will overlay with a 10-year economic development strategy. They're in a process of doing kind of a refresh to the plan and looking at kind of key themes and what they want to focus on. So presenting the humane system strategic plan at the same time provides the ability to kind of seamlessly pathway that into the work. So again, just another cross promotion, but an awareness aspect with a key group and partner. So that work is being done currently. We actually have a meeting next week, and we'll work through the strategic planning committee as well.
So all of these were really just quick updates so that we can sort of prepare you for the upcoming strategic planning committee meeting, but happy to answer any questions that you may have, or if there's anything you'd like us to address specifically at the upcoming meeting.
Right. Trustee Alexander.
Thank you very much, Carolyn and others. Just a thank you from someone who worked on the strategic planning committee and was very excited about the development of that plan and the way that it came out and the way that it has now clearly been integrated into how the system conducts its business is most welcome, and I congratulate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Anyone else? And I would just alert, as mentioned, we will have a joint meeting with the Executive Committee and Strategic Planning. Our goal is to build the activities within committee structures to minimize the demands on the universities and presidents and maximize our effort to sort of build it into the regular work of the committees. So stay tuned. Any other questions for Carolyn? Perfect. Thank you very much. And Jeff, you might as well just stay there. It's time for academic and student affairs.
By way of kicking off, you can't leave, hold on. By way of kicking off, I have to say that after the dinner last night, I was filled with regret. In early August, my wife and daughter said, "Do you want to go with us? We're going to see Barbie." I didn't want to go. I knew he would boo, But I would like President Rice to know, just out of my own sense of moral justification, that the reason why I didn't want to go is on the weekends, if I have time, I read. Not reports, not enrollment data, but read. I was reading Jane Austen because the proto feminist herself, the leader of modern women's rights and intellectual emancipation and progress, because I had read all of Austen over the course of my life except for Persuasion, and I was down to the last. Thank you. Was down to the last 4 chapters of Persuasion. I'd done work I needed to do for the chancellor. I was caught up with Carolyn, and I thought, I'm going to read these last 4 chapters. If it kills me. And then I was invited to go see Barbie, and I very politely declined, and I will never live it down. In my own home, I don't own a pink tie or a wig, so I'll never live it down with President Rice. But I want everyone to know that I honored Austen, and I finished the last of Austen, but I still haven't seen Barbie, so I gotta do that. So anyway. Yeah, you can.
It's not adequately persuasive because it's now on Netflix. So next meeting we'll check.
I have no excuse. I will do that. So come on over here. So trustees, I'm very pleased to introduce to you Dr. Claire Sullivan. Some of you know Claire from previous interactions. Claire's an associate professor in the Department of Communication and Journalism at the University of Maine, former associate dean in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences at UMaine. And for the last several years, she has been the system-wide leader in our micro-credentialing and digital badging work, which some of you may be familiar with. And if you're not, you're going to hear all about it in just a few moments. This update is part of a scheduled update in the 2023-2024 Academic and Student Affairs Committee work plan. That plan has not been finalized, but in order not to fall behind in the course of the year, we wanted to move forward with this update today anyway, so the trustees would have this important information. I should tell you that Claire's work responds directly to 2 goals identified in the UMS strategic plan around the development of credentialing. I should also tell you that when the plan came out over the summer, Claire sat down with colleagues on all the campuses that she works with, but principally led by her, and mapped all of the micro-credentialing work she's doing to the entire plan. So there are places throughout the new plan where Claire has indicated points of contact with micro-credentialing and digital badging that she can use to advance that work. So no one has taken either micro-credentialing or our new strategic plan more seriously than Dr. Sullivan has. Lastly, I'll just say 2 quick things before turning the podium over to her. The first is that Claire, over the last 4 years in particular, has developed both a regional and national reputation as a leader in this work. Secondly, and relatedly, I only gave her 1 piece of advice for speaking with the trustees today. I told her that you're all very smart people, but that there are acronyms in her slides and that she must explicitly identify what each acronym stands for in the course of her presentation, and that would make things smooth and productive with all of you. So she promised to do that. She's ready to go. And I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Sullivan.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I am very excited to be talking with you about the University of Maine System Micro-Credential Initiative. Let's see if this works. Oh. It's not going to go on.
Micro slides.
And over here. There we go. Oh. All right, thank you. I'll just start with a bit of an update and give you an overview of the initiative and then have questions. So first, we're going to start with what is the definition? What is a micro-credential? The University of Maine system defines a micro-credential as a verified, stacked digital credential earned when a learner successfully completes criteria and demonstrates competency through evidence and application of targeted knowledge, skills, and abilities. The University of Maine system students can earn micro-credentials such as leadership, career prepared, undergraduate research, global competency by taking academic courses or by through co-curricular activities, and those are all mapped to assessments. Our micro-credentials are generating new enrollment and revenue streams, and we can expand these markets even into global markets. There's a good example of this with the food sanitation micro-credential that was earned by students in India and Indonesia. We aim to strengthen the pipeline into the University of Maine system with youth micro-credentials and through micro-credentials for underserved adult learners. We want learners to see the University of Maine campuses as places where they can stop in and out for continuous lifelong learning. Expanding, upskilling, and reskilling opportunities and building employer partnerships will also bring in new enrollments and revenue. Our micro-credentials are supporting student success in many ways. Verified skills are becoming the new currency in the hiring process as skills-based hiring expands. Students learn how to articulate the skills they have developed in the language that the employers understand. Micro-credentials and badges motivate students to reach the competency level set and can aid in engagement and retention efforts. For example, students completing a public speaking course they would have to meet the oral communication competencies for them to earn a badge. So they can take the course, but not earn the badge. They can pass that class, but still not earn the badge. They have to meet that competency level. Some students, our adult learners, are telling us that micro-credentials are building their confidence because they are taking it in shorter segments. They feel confident that they can do this work. They're saying, what's the next thing for me to do now? So they're reaching out to us. They're also learning how to use the Brightspace learning management system in a non-threatening way. So that is helping them if they want to move on to an academic course, an online course, they have some experience with our learning management system. Offering stackable and affordable micro-credentials tied to academic credits can help meet our diversity, equity, and inclusion goals, creating new on-ramps into our certificate and degree programs. Employers have expressed interest in stackable credentials leading to degrees. They want a trusted and easy way to locate talent, and that is through digital badging. We can connect with employers and state agencies. We're doing this now, and school districts. We have micro-credentials in aquaculture, advanced manufacturing, food safety, apprenticeships, and more each day are growing. We'll be having, just going through now a new mini grant recipients and choosing the next micro-credentials that will be developed. Just recently, the University Professional and Continuing Education Association selected the University of Maine system to be part of a national consortium on alternative credentials. So we were selected one of 10 across the nation to be part of this consortium. And one of the goals is to work directly with Maine employers to understand how micro-credentials can help meet their needs, and then to move on to developing business models as well. So really excited to be part of that. I just came back from Washington, DC, where we had our first meeting, and we'll be working on that for the rest of the year. So report after report indicates that micro-credentials are an important strategy for the future of higher education. In Maine, micro-credentials are mentioned in numerous reports and strategic plans, including the Maine Economic Development Strategic Plan, the Governor's Economic Recovery Plan, and the Rio Estate Plan. And we asked for our mini grant recipients to specify how their micro-credential is meeting those specific strategic goals within those plans. They are included in the University of Maine Strategic Plan, several campus strategic plans, and other reports. Our approach also fits the goals of unified accreditation, as well as it is aligned with the University of Maine System Transforms Pathways to Careers. And recently we set up a tracking system so we can know who's involved with Pathways to Careers, who's involved with the internships, and those students will earn a micro badge that we can then track those opportunities through Pathways to Careers. So now I'm going to move to this slide I really like because it's also involved with the Board of Trustees. You, in your strategic priorities in 2018, you mentioned micro-credentials as being an important strategic priority. And because of that, Rosa Redondon and myself gave you a report in May 2019, and you asked for us to, how can we do this? How can we do this system-wide? How can we build a micro-credential initiative? And these are the things that were on that report that we said we would like to do. And the check mark there is the most important thing, because every single one of those that we gave you as a recommendation were achieved, and much of that was done during the pandemic. So we're moving right along with this initiative. And now I'm just going to go to, some of you might not know how we approach micro-credentials. It's pretty unique across the nation how we're doing this. So some of the guiding principles are that all micro-credentials are competency-based. So we heard from Prescile about the competency-based thinking and how that's going. We built in authentic assessments and standards, so all our micro-credentials have rigor behind them. We prioritize workforce development and application of learning in real-world situations. We have collaboration and alignment built in, so we didn't want 7 different micro-credentials, one on each campus. We wanted one micro-credential that could be implemented in 7 different ways. So that was important as well. And then we developed a unified framework because there are so many different credentials out there. Credential Engine said that there are 1 million different credentials. People don't know where to go, how to, who has the rigor behind it, which micro-credential it will lead me into a better, higher paying job. So we developed this framework, and I'm going to go over it briefly. So all our micro-credentials follow the same framework. There's 3 levels, and it's pretty simple to understand. So I'm getting a lot of positive feedback, even across the nation, about using this framework. The level 1 is introductory foundational. You just want people to get comfortable, understand a topic area, but it could have some more rigor. If you need a strong foundation, you're doing something new, that micro-credential might have a little more meat to it. But the next one is the level 2, where the rigorous training occurs. It could be in academic courses, boot camps, a workshop series, whatever the training might be. It could be online and face-to-face. We are asking people to use online, use the Brightspace platform. And then the level 3 will always have a real-world application. So we're looking at internships, any kind of work-based experience, a service learning experience where they apply what they have learned in that situation. And then at that point, they get looked at. So their supervisor for their internship would take a rubric and say, yes, you've met this competency, and have that proof that they've actually done it. So it's not seat time. It's not just going through. They really have to demonstrate that they've earned that competency level. So then all 3 of these get wrapped up into the final, what we're calling the macro badge, that indicates that the micro-credential was earned. And we always want to know the next step. What is the next opportunity for the students to go? Where can they go? It's into a degree program, into a certificate program, into employment. So there's always, what is the next level? The other piece of this is we wanted flexibility within the framework. So we have what we're calling micro badges, and these are more singular badges. They can stand alone, or you can incorporate them right into the pathway itself. They can be built internally by faculty and staff, or they can be externally brought in and pulled in from industry recognized credentials or other credentials. So this is it builds that flexibility in having just a singular one. So one of the most popular one right now that we have is called Dawnland Maine Indian History. And it is, school districts are asking for this by the hundreds. We have people who are just signing up. It's fulfilling a need in the state. We have our pre-service teachers are required now to take this on their own. So this is a great example of what a micro-credential can do. This is a one-off micro badge. We also have a partnership with the Education Design Lab, and they created these 8 21st century skills badges. And so our students can earn these in one of 2 ways. They can take online modules and go through a series online and receive the micro-credential through assessments against the rubric. But I also wanted we have a lot of these within our gen eds, critical thinking, oral communication, collaboration, resiliency. So these are things that are being taught. So I developed a mapping system that's very streamlined, takes faculty just about an hour or 2 to complete, and they can take their course, take their program, and map it to the competencies. And then by the end of the course, they let us know which ones met that level, and then they would earn the badge that way. Yeah, so I just want to also let you know within the last few years what else we've accomplished with the structure of this program. So we have a course. So I developed a course called University of Maine System Micro-Credential Development Micro-Credential. So it's how do you develop a micro-credential? So anyone who takes the course, anyone could take level 1, that just gives you an overview, but you need to be part of a team, and you would do a backwards design approach starting with skills and competencies, and you go through the course, and by the end of the course, you would have a micro-credential developed. So that has been very successful. It's set up well, and people are creating the micro-credentials. We've created templates to keep the language uniform. So we have templates for what goes into the actual badges, the criteria that students need to do, the evidence that they must submit, what the training is, and that all gets put into the metadata that when you click on the badge, you can see what was actually done to earn that badge. A badging style guide was created. So to keep the branding clear, so you could, just by looking at it, you would know what someone has done. So we want employers to be able to just see that final macro badge and know that that person has had rigorous training, and they also have had some type of work-based experience, because all of them follow the same guideline. We have an issuing process, we have the platform, we have the website. Now we have a registration system that we piloted. We would love to have all the non-credit areas in one place so we can do more tracking of who is participating in this, following those students. Where are they going next? Are they going into certificates and degree programs? Are they going into other micro-credentials? We're thinking about best practices as well. If these are online, this needs to be some kind of training for how do you present to an adult learner who's a very different kind of learner than the traditional student. How can you bring them to a level where they'll be engaged with that online content? So we are hiring an instructional designer in a 50-50 split with the University of Maine at Augusta. And then we also have a micro-credential on online teaching and learning. So just by the numbers, to let you know, so we have over 35 pathways. I think it's up to 39 now. We're approaching 5,000 badges issued. We have developed over 195, approaching 200 badges that have been created. And we're moving on it with that, continuing to grow each day. Dawnland is the Maine Indian history micro badge that was very popular. Still is. All right, so I'll just go back. This, thank you. So what's been developed so far, I'm not going to go through all these. They're on our website, they're on our badging public page. The links are on the last slide. But what's important about this slide is to know that what are the categories, who are the targeted audiences? So we have our University of Maine system students, which are very important for them to earn micro-credentials so they can have this added value to their degrees. We have adult learners and professional development who are earning micro-credentials. We have University of Maine system faculty and staff earning a few. We're also developing youth micro-credentials. We have our 4-H program that's developing youth micro-credentials. As well as the Advanced Structures and Composites Center has the Windstorm Challenge micro-credential for youth. And then we are moving on. We also work with the Maine Department of Education and external micro-credentials and have built several with them. Computer support services, early childhood, and clinical CMA is another one that has already been built with the partnership with the Maine DOE adult education. So two of the most, the key partners in this has been the Cooperative Extension at the University of Maine and the Advanced Structures and Composites Center at the University of Maine. And they were early on, had staff member where micro-credentials was part of their job description. So that is one of the reasons why they have done so much work in this area. But for the first time, I wanted to just emphasize that Cooperative Extension has had a tremendous amount of courses that they have taught through the years. And they is the only time now is when they're verifying their skills. So they're saying in the Master Gardener program, what skills are you actually developing? And they're assessing them and verifying them, which had not been done before. And they're unique across the nation and well in doing this. Advanced Structures and Composites Center hired Dr. Rebecca Fisher, and they are going all out. And what they're doing that's kind of very interesting is their labs. The students are learning so much in the laboratories there, and never before had they verified those skills, or the students weren't able to articulate what skills they were learning in those labs. So now they're stepping back, they're working and saying, okay, these are the skills that you're developing. This is how we're going to assess you on those skills. So it's been quite successful. They've done all that work within 2 years' time. Another one that I wanted to mention is the Grow with Google partnership that we have. So these are certificates that are created by Google that our students have access to, and they can take them free of charge for this limited amount of time, up to 500 people. But what's important about this is they are tied to the American Council on Education credits. So they have up to 9-12 credits attached to these certificates. So we talked about earlier transferring in credits. So it would be great next step for us to know how those credits are being accepted into what particular degree programs, and not as electives, but into the actual degree programs to help with adult degree completion. And thinking about, as a collective, how many credits you would accept from external certifications. Okay, so now what is next? One idea that some other universities are using, and it's moving on more into the academic side. Most of what we've been doing was at the non-credit part of the universities. So cluster courses is the idea of just taking 2 or 3, up to 4 courses that are already been vetted through the universities that are in a particular theme, and putting them together and adding on that assessment piece. And so students can then earn a micro-credential as they're working on their degree. So if they needed to stop out at one point, they may have a credential instead of not having a degree or not having anything to show for it. So you can stack up these cluster course micro-credentials along the way towards a degree. And doing more with non-credit to credit is going to be the next kind of step. How do we help our adult learners and others move along more quickly? The registration system we're working on right now. We're in the pilot stage of that. Thinking about data and tracking. We're working with IT with a lot of integrations and making all of this work. We're thinking about third-party vendors. Who do we want to bring in? We have Google right now that we piloted. We had the Education Design Lab, but there are other types of content vendors that are out there. Can we unify that and choose and select, AI, machine learning, some of those areas? Can we bring those in and then use the same kind of framework with levels 1, 2, and 3? Comprehensive learner records were being talked about. This is a comprehensive learner record is taking everything, all the learning you have done and putting it into one place for that learner so they can take it with them. It's also called a learner employment record. So we're looking into those. We have conducted some demos and thinking about how we can help our students move along and be connected more with employers. So some of these vendors will have it tied to talent marketplaces where the employers come in and then they can find those students with those particular skills. So this is all moving us forward into the 21st century. Marketing, we need to do a better job with marketing. We're expanding. We can always continuing to expand. We're very appreciative of the many grant opportunities for that expansion. And then I'm really looking forward to the consortium and seeing where that goes. We are, like I said, the only system that's involved with that consortium. And hopefully we'll get some more micro-credentials that are tied to specific main employers. And right here, the links, you can take a look at our badging platform and the website. And just want to know if you have any questions.
Great, thank you. Questions? Trustee Alexander.
A couple of questions, and one is, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, and so defer and to others or at a later time, please. But a couple things. Revenue implications for the system with this program. How many of our current faculty are teaching these courses? Should there be more integration with competency-based education? Sounded a lot like that to me as you described it. So those are the kind of big picture issues that I thought were intriguingly aspects of your excellent presentation on progress today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We would love to have more faculty involved. We started with the non-credit piece, and that was where everyone was very excited. It was part of what they were doing. They wanted to get involved, and so we'd love to have more. The compensation piece is the issue. How do you compensate faculty to create these and to continue on? So the mini grants is helping, but if we had a larger sum, we could help with faculty in creating them. It can take a while. If the courses aren't already developed, it can take a while. And so we've had some on hold. They may have gotten a mini grant, but they didn't finish within the year. So we'll just continue to kind of move on with that piece of it. And was there another question tied to that?
Well, the whole revenue issue,
Yeah.
and then the connection with competency-based education online program. So
Yeah. Ray, we would love to have more micro-credentials. So one idea would be that they have the degrees, right? So this is the before piece, the micro-credential. So in getting somebody, high school students, getting somebody who's been out of higher ed for a long time, who's afraid to take that academic course or to commit to a degree program. So we are finding that is very helpful for them to take a shorter micro-credential. Even the micro badge, the Dawnland badge, is helping people say, all right, I get this. There is rigor behind it, and I could do this. So that would be the piece before the degree, figuring that part out.
Do any employers pay for the credentials that are employer-based?
We do have the University of Southern Maine Professional Development. LEUD has worked with that whole, they're starting to put the micro credentials into the courses that they're already teaching. So they, in some way, she has worked that out with them. There's a business model through that office.
Good. I have, do you want it, right? Do you want to say something? Okay, President McDowell.
Yeah, this is very exciting. Can you talk a little bit more about the possibility of integrating these into the academic programs rather than sitting aside? For instance, one could imagine that general ed, for instance, would be done in a micro-credential way, right? So we seek to have our students know critical thinking, creativity, communication, quantitative and scientific knowledge. You know, you just go down the list. All of those could be conceivably credentials so that students are gaining a degree piecemeal rather than waiting until the end. We have at least 20% of our students dropping out each year. Could you imagine that if they did drop out, they would have a credential, but the possibility of getting these credentials might actually help with retention?
Yes.
So, I mean, this is a different way of thinking, just as your pace is a different way of thinking. And I don't think it has to be online. I think these things could be incorporated in different modalities as well. And what you call clusters, we call minors. So, you know, all of this could be reframed in a way that students are getting credentials along the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna the minor part. I've been thinking about that for a long time because you can only earn a minor when you're in a degree program. So there are many people who graduate with degrees and they might have one course left for minor. So why not have a micro credential where they could come back and have a credential that's very similar to their minor, just so that they can then express it, because they won't say they have a minor in that because they didn't get it and they can't go back to get the minor. So yeah, thank you for that. I think that's a wonderful idea with Gen Ed. I would love more courses to get involved. We do have a few, like I mentioned, the public speaking courses that are using the Education Design Lab's oral communication badge within the course, but there's so much more room for growth.
Mr. Rice?
And I would just say, because the badging and micro-credentialing really only works if it's grounded in competencies. So we're almost looking at two overlapping vectors, and that point of overlap is really critical, because in a four-year program that's competency-based, for instance, that allows us to give prior learning credit to those kind of micro-credentials and badges as students bring them in, and we recognize them because they line up with the competencies that we have identified in individual programs, including in general education. So you already see that's an innate point of conjuncture right there between micro badges and micro credentials and badging and a 2 or 4 year competency-based program. And I'd also say Dean Margison has, I think, 3 of those scholarships working on those micro credentials out of the same platform, the Brightspace platform that we're building our programs in. And then you're able to kind of chop those programs up, because they're all competency based, into micro credentials and badges within the 2 and 4 year programming. So that's, again, one of the great efficiencies of competency education, is you can deconstruct it and reconstruct it and make those chains from badges to micro credentials to full degrees to graduate programming. And that is what we see more and more. Students want that continuum in this kind of a modality. And it's a practice that can be utilized, as President McDonald said, within multiple types of modalities, as long as you're practicing that competency recognition of mastery of content in that regard and able to capture that. And that's why what is it? One of your goals you had was the comprehensive learner record is another really essential thing for Maine to get involved with, to capture students that are from middle school to high school all the way through continuing education. So lots of points of continuity here between these programs.
As somebody who had experience trying to standardize medical records, good luck. Trustee Loring.
You know, I think this is great. I think it's taken years to get here. There's been a gap for teachers learning. And for years, we tried to get a course in that required that teachers take the course, all teachers, because Maine tribes are integrated in the history of this state. And we felt that it was really important to get this into education. And I think this is, I mean, it takes, nothing happens fast. And nothing happens all at once. So I think this is it's a great step. Of course, I would love to see this sort of integrated all over the system, you know, so that every student would know about their the history that the tribes have with the state.
Right.
Because you use it in policy making, you use it in when you're in the court system. It's all across the board. It affects everything. So I'm really happy to see that what you've done with this. So
John Baird Mitchell created that Dawnland course, and it's really fabulous. Anyone can take it. It's $25.
Okay. Sounds good. Anybody else? Trustee Cates.
Thank you. I apologize. I had to step out for a few minutes, and so this has been answered. I apologize. But is there any authority, whether it's statewide or university system-wide or national, that is kind of legitimizing particular micro-credentials, or is this a really an ad hoc development? There's a micro-credential for this. It's unique to the University of Maine system. Nobody else in the country is offering it, or is there any kind of, I guess, accrediting body that says these micro-credentials meet some sort of criteria for you as an employer to accept?
Great question. There is many different organizations that are working on the definitions. So that's why we have our own definition. There is no national definition. I would think the industry recognized credentials, the associations are working on, those are employer based. They really come from the need part of what are the skills that are needed within a particular industry. And those just get recognized by that association. And so then, like the Google, they have IBM has them. It goes on and on. Microsoft, Salesforce, they all have micro-credentials. So it really depends on what you're looking for, but those would be the specific ones for that particular skill within a specific industry. But micro-credentials within universities is just so new. So we are really at the forefront with this work that we're doing. We've been getting, that was one of the reasons we were chosen to be part of the consortium, is our commitments, they had said, our innovation in this work, as well as how far ahead we are. So sometimes we forget, we think, oh, but there's so much more to do, but we are well ahead of the game as far as other universities and thinking about those questions.
Just to follow up, I don't know if this has any impact on our NETCHI accreditation. Do they look at the vibrancy and the authenticity and the legitimacy of our micro-credentialing as part of they're looking at our overall accreditation?
On that, you go first, and I'll go next.
Great question. NETCHI thinks extremely highly of micro-credentialing, in part because it answers something that Trustee Alexander was getting at. There are increasing ties to micro-credentialing and its positive effects on student retention. So Robert Dana, Dean of Students at Orono, will tell you two things about retention. He's an expert. Students need two things. One is short-term, one is long-term. The short-term is within the first 3 weeks of being on campus as a first-year student, you need a human association, someone you care about, someone who cares about you. Long-term, you need a sense of achievement. As Claire was noting earlier, I mean, you could go till the last semester of your senior year before you complete your gen eds, much less a minor or a certificate. Micro-credentialing builds achievement as you move through your degree program. It has not a straight line, but a strongly associational correlative effect on improved retention outcomes, some of which you heard about today from the presidents. NECHI has a very favorable disposition toward that for that reason.
What I would add to that is that this is one of those developments for higher ed that I think will be measured in the not too distant future. Now, whether that's 5 years or 10 years, I can't guarantee you. But there is a lot of talk about this, and the ability to recognize skill sets earned short of a 15-week semester or even a 7-week semester is, I think, going to be a big part of those judgments in the future. And also it gives the opportunity for an applicant for a job to highlight something that would otherwise be difficult to explain or bring attention to. So we don't have our accreditation because we've been doing this early work, but I think if you follow what's being said around the country, it's the next logical extension, and quite frankly, it could be very helpful for marketing our future employees in the state, and then quite frankly, it is a way for us to touch people's lives who aren't necessarily fully enrolled in a baccalaureate program or the like. I think it's, again, the greater possibility of meeting the market where the market is on a longer term basis. But I think that we're 5 to 10 years away from that, but it's coming. Lumina Foundation is a big proponent of this work, and actually were the people who, in my opinion, moved it to a national discussion as opposed to a regional discussion, and have put a lot of money behind it, and have supported our efforts.
Trustee McCarthy.
Thank you, Claire. Can you talk about maybe the top 3 professions where this is like the most interesting and hot? You know, I haven't fully seen it in some circles of my world, but I would love to talk about that. 2 is we were talking about this, but the business model for employers, what are example ones? You know, I know like Coursera has like a corporate account, they sell licenses for a bunch of courses. Could you sell a group of badges to an employer and as like a corporate sale, right? And then 3 is, the 5,000 badges, is that what we expected at this point, or is that ahead or behind schedule? Like, how is that going?
Thank you. So
as briefly as you can respond.
Yeah, so the business models.
Yeah.
People are working on that. I'm really hoping that the consortium helps us develop our own business model. The way people have done is through revenue sharing is one. People have done it through subscription models, similar to your pace, where you can take as many as you can for a certain amount of time. We have, just paying for the assessment piece is another one. So there are a variety of business models people are testing, and this is still all very new. Another one is the talent marketplace that I mentioned. So one of the we looked at a comprehensive learner record called the Smart Resume, which works with the National Student Clearinghouse, puts your verified credentials right into a resume, and when you can add your own, so it's verified, so you can't lie, and so your badges would be put on there, and they're tying that to getting employers to pay to come in. So the employer would pay to find the local talent. So they could type in, like I mentioned, I need a skill in project management. And so what would come up are the people in a designated area. You can do regional, you can do your state of who those learners are. So that's another way to get employers involved, and just having employers pay for creating micro-credentials. What the trend more is not to have a one-off with the employer. So you can get you can get paid by the employer to train their particular employees, but you want something a little more global that be more attractive to others. So broadening it out. So that's another way to kind of bring people in, but marketing is a big part of it. What's the added value, and really letting the learners know what the added value is.
So one example of that might be a badge for becoming familiar with the Bloomberg system. So that's an example. So we have that at the business school at the University of Maine as part of the program. But having a badge in that then allows you to be recognized for that skill set. And whether it's an internship or a clerkship or a part-time job or the eventual permanent job, that would be an example. So if that helps understand where this may be going. So it's about a particular skill being gained as opposed to an overall baccalaureate program, associate program, master's program, doctoral program. It's the recognition. So that is one example.
Trustee Landry.
Oh, I think it's more exciting, and I'm so glad you're involved in this workshop. So as opposed to, but I just wanted to underscore your mention of U.S. professional development group that one did. She's really done a fabulous job, and when I discovered it some time ago, but I lots of employers who use it now in sort of an evergreen way, where they just go back to that department to develop different kinds of trainings. But it seemed to me to be one of the most unknown.
Yeah.
I was astonished, not only at the quality, but the low cost. And I think as employers find it, it's really just a gift, especially to the smaller employers, medium and small, not the huge employers that may have their own training departments, but groups that really do this in the house. So I just wanted to say it's a wonderful department, and it is already doing great work, and this just enhances that.
No, you're welcome. Yeah, she's amazing.
Great questions. I think this is an area we want to continue to explore. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me ask Ryan to do his update. Vice Chancellor Lowe. Cha-ching.
I think you can hold off on that piece. I'm going to do that, I think, after. Two updates this morning. I'll cover one now. I'll come back later for the budget piece. So I'll talk a little bit about investment results. So certainly a bumpy ride for investments this fall. I think the bright spot emerging possibly this past Wednesday on some market optimism that the Federal Reserve might be finished raising interest rates. Market's up almost 1,100 the last 5 days, so that's certainly a positive. With that, let me just provide a recap of September's results as well as some preliminary results from October. The managed investment pool with a September 30 market value of 350 million saw a loss of 3% for the month, with early estimates for October indicating an estimated loss of 2.3%. The pension fund with a September market value of just over 18 million also had a loss for the month of 2.9% with an estimated loss of 1.6% for October. And finally, the operating fund with a September market value of 282 million and a more conservative asset allocation saw a loss of 0.6% for September. In addition, we estimate a loss of 0.4% for October, bringing the net estimated loss for the fiscal year to date to just under 1 million. We budget 2 million annually for that, so we're about 3 million short of where we'd like to be at the end of the year.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Perfectly done. Thank you. Let me, in the interest of keeping on schedule, but maybe eating lunch a little early, let me switch us to tab 6, which is the confirmation of student representatives. So you'll have a chance to meet our new student rep over lunch. We are pleased that Ben Doherty, who is away at a conference, our UMaine student rep, has been re-nominated. And Jacob Carter from the University of Maine at Machias has been nominated as a new Jacob. Hello, hello. Jacob is a sophomore biology major at UMM. And I think, unless, do you want to say anything about these students?
Well, everyone knows Ben, so I won't go on with Ben. But Jake, it is great to have you here. Jake is a sophomore, as you were saying. He's from Philadelphia. He's following integrated biology, and he's very interested in wildlife and working in the outdoors, and very enthusiastic student. And he's a resident assistant, I believe. Is that right, Jake? Yeah, thank you.
Great. And I hope you all get a chance to say hello to him over lunch. But first, the resolution that the Board of Trustees approves the appointments of student representatives to the Board of Trustees as presented. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Micho, seconded by Trustee Kane. All those in favor? All those opposed? Welcome, Jacob, and thank you, Ben, for reserving. Why don't we break now for a quick lunch? We'll eat back here. Our goal is to stay on schedule. We'll get to the budget right after lunch. So quick break for lunch. It's set up here and bring it back, and we'll move quickly through lunch to the next items. Thank you all. I know people have some concerns about driving in the dark, and we are going to get started with the budget review. Vice Chancellor Lowe.
Okay. Excited to present some budget changes today. I'm going to be presenting kind of post-census budget changes that are necessary. And just a reminder, this is the fiscal year 2024 budget that was approved by the trustees in May that went into effect on July 1st. Let me just note up front that I think we all share the board's commitment to moving to balanced budgets at each of our campuses, specifically balancing out revenues and expenditures without the use of system or campus reserves. I think we'd like to get to the point where those are investments that grow the system as a whole. That is much easier when we have initial budgets that are well-grounded in data. The one that forecasts realistic credit hours, realistic expense budgets. And I think the 2024 budget does that. And I think that's what we're planning for as we build on the 2025 budget as well. We're going to cover the individual campus changes in just a minute. A warning to all the presidents, I'll give you about a minute-ish after I do your summary to add in any comments or context that you would like as part of your budget process, but I'll cover the big picture piece. Let me start with the slide that we have posted here and talk a little bit about credit hours. And we are forecasting overall credit hours for fiscal year 2024, excluding early college, to be up by an additional 4,000 credit hours, represents an overall positive variance to the budget of 0.7%. And let me say that is a big deal. It's not just a big deal because it's the first time we have forecasted credit hours up since we started this supplemental process several years ago. But more importantly, through the changes we've implemented in the last several years in the budget build process, we are more accurately able to predict credit hours. No one, I promise, no one enjoys making changes, major changes to a budget just 5 months into the fiscal year. Significant credit for that goes to the systems IR teams that developed our forecasting model and to the campuses that then take that model, that data, and then tweak those numbers based on the conditions that are occurring at our campuses, whether that's changes in retentions or new program offerings. The best model in the world is never going to forecast, what you heard this morning about your PACE credit hours. It's not even going to forecast the substantial increase in graduate credit hours that are occurring at all of our campuses. So that touch that we get at the individual campuses is super critical. I just note I had the privilege last night of sitting at the dinner table with Sam Collins, who was board chair when I first kind of moved into this position several years ago. And we were talking about, credit hours being off by, less than a percentage point, and just reflecting on the conversation after conversation after conversation that we had with the board then, where we were making credit hour adjustments of 5, 6, 7%. Was pretty much routinely what we did. We would always forecast credit hours up. They would always be down. And it's just a much better process that we have in place now. So you see the individual credit hours here. And again, I'll touch on those a little bit as I walk through the campuses. Let me move on to residence hall occupancy as well. It's another big piece of our budget. Forecasted residence hall occupancy, again, is almost exactly on budget. It's a modest downward projection of about 1.5%. That also is a big deal. If you go back and look at where we were as we worked our way through COVID, we went from some pretty consistent 90 to 100, 130% occupancy rates, in some case down to 50 and 60% overnight. Understanding student behavior after that, being able to predict that significant piece of our budget was very, very challenging. You see here variations that come in, adjustments to budget that come in at around 1% or so. Important to note that some of the variance that you see here is actually intentional. It's recognizing that as we do a lot of work in our residence hall, made possible by a significant investment that the governor and the legislature made in our system back in 2022. One of the things that we've been doing on our campus is transitioning a lot of these vacant double occupancy rooms into singles. We know our students like that more, certainly our junior and senior students. And so I think one of the things you're going to see in the presentations, the budget presentations that you'll see in March, is that occupancy, actually the number of rooms actually dropping down. It's not the rooms, it's recognizing the number of people that are in those rooms. So let me shift over to revenue and expense adjustments. So this slide here reflects the overall revenue and expense reductions associated with the changes that I was just referencing on the two previous slides. Revenue adjustments by institution are on the left, and then the corresponding expense adjustments necessary to get us back to a balanced budget are on the right. There's three themes in the way campuses were able to largely get their budgets back into balance. So I'll touch on those here rather than go through the same narrative 7 or 8 times. Certainly a big one is attrition. So again, for those that aren't familiar, attrition is really just recognizing the savings that inevitably occur. You budget a position for a full year at 100% of the salary and benefits. That position becomes vacant sometime during the year. And we typically go through a process where we kind of capture those individual savings. It's even more pronounced in the labor market that we're in now, where when a position becomes vacant, it's not unusual for us to take several months if we're even able to fill the position. So that is a significant portion of our budget. It was about $7 million of the original 2024 budget. It makes up another $2 million or so in the solutions that we're presenting to you today. There are expense reductions, as you would expect, in this budget, again, largely in just a couple of areas. Reductions in travel, we're continuing to see those even post-pandemic. A lot of things have moved into Zoom, and so travel budgets, while they've been restored somewhat, there are opportunities available for reductions there. Supplies, services, certainly other areas. Again, the campuses have really done a great job of going line through line of their expense budgets and really kind of trending. What have we done the first 5 months or so of the fiscal year, and how do things look, and making adjustments accordingly. You'll also see a shift in sources of funding for financial aid. So moving over scholarships and financial aid commitments from other funds, from foundation funds, from department scholarship funds. That is a significant theme that we saw through the budget process as well. While I'm mentioning financial aid, I also want to note we're continuing to work on our process for improving how we forecast financial aid. It's been a kind of a key part of our strategy to get out there sooner. It's definitely paying dividends. It also makes it a little bit more challenging the first few times you go through that to forecast exactly what the take rate, if you will, are going to be on what some of those offers are. The financial aid situation at all of our campuses is different. It's different at Presque Isle than it is at Orono, than it is at Maiden-Law. But that is one that we continue to work to refine. It will be a key part of our January FFT agenda, the Finance Committee agenda. And then we've also made it a special kind of focus of the March full day FFT budget presentations that you'll see. We'll ask each campus again to focus in on their financial aid strategy and how things are looking in that space. So with that, let me start walking through some of the campuses at a high level. I'll pause again after each campus, allow the president to weigh in, and then happy to take any questions. I'll go right down the list here. At UMaine and UMaine Machias, credit hours here are almost exactly on budget, 0.3% variance, which is just really, really good work on the part of that team. Residence hall occupancy, again, almost exactly on budget, less than 1% variance. These are never easy budget discussions. We've gone through years of kind of trimming, but you know, if you can get it right and you can get it right once, that's where we want to. That's really where we want to be. That's the sweet spot. At UMaine, there have been challenges around financial aid and forecasting. You know, the undergrad students that are leaving versus those new ones coming in. There's a little bit of an imbalance there, an increase in commitments due to an increasing number of grad students. So that's a good problem for our campuses to have. That combined with a modest reduction in out-of-state students results in a revenue shortfall. Here you can see just over $4 million. Important to note that $4 million is 1.7% of the UMaine budget. Expense reductions on the other side of the sheet here of about 3.8 million, again, consistent with the categories that I referenced earlier. There's a modest transfer of reserves. You can see that that reference up in the top right. These are funds that were budgeted by the trustees and the campus in 2023 to be transferred to help close that budget gap. They'll be used here, less than $700,000 to get that budget, those two budgets back into balance. Let me pause. Yeah, I got on a roll.
That was great. Thank you, Ryan. I do want to kind of build off of what Ryan was saying. We have an exceptional Office of Institutional Research and Assessment that's led by Assistant Provost Deb Allen, Dr. Deb Allen and her team. And to get us, to get, you know, within 0.3% on over 250,000 credits is pretty phenomenal. So I just want to call out Deb and her team. Just to build off, I think Ryan explained it beautifully. The president did convene a weekly watch team. It includes the vice president for enrollment management, who is new, as many of you may know. He's also an expert in financial aid. It includes our vice president for finance and administration, Kelly Sparks, Cody Lanaramian, our VPR, myself. And we are working on, we meet weekly to discuss improvements in our financial aid model that we're using, our predictive model, in addressing the areas that Ryan was discussing. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Excellent. Next, I'll drop down to UMA. Credit hours there forecasted down about 2,300 credit hours, or about 3.6%. I should note all these credit hours I referenced, these are annual numbers. So we have the fall numbers. You heard Jeff talk a little bit about census. We'll calculate that over the full course of the fiscal year, and those are the adjustments that we'll make. Residence hall occupancy at UMA is right exactly on budget. The reduction in credit hours results in a tuition and revenue shortfall of about $1 million. They closed that through two initiatives. One is increased attrition savings. So the campus had a large attrition number in 2004. And they've achieved more than 70% of that just through the first few months of the fiscal year. So we feel really comfortable that that is a mechanism that will work for 70% of that gap. And then the remainder is closed through some modest expense reductions, again, consistent with what you've heard before. So let me turn over to President Cushman.
Yeah, I just want to address the question of the reduced number of credit hours. We consistently have the most overlap of applications with the community colleges. And so we're pretty sure that the free community colleges has made us take a hit in the credit hours. But we are also good friends with the community colleges, and many students will transfer over. So we think as they cycle through their associate's degree, we might see an uptick for those then moving on to seek bachelor degrees.
Shift next to UMF. I'll note through Friday, graduate credit hours at UMF were up 19% compared to budget. Overall credit hours were down about 3,000 credit hours to budget. Residence hall occupancy is down 63. That is a combination of fewer students than we had expected, but also more students shifting into singles, which will reduce that number as well. Campus has done some exceptional work to get that gap down to less than 800,000, 755,000 there, no reserves. Not going to suggest it was easy, but I definitely want to recognize the good work that President McDonald and his team have done there. As with the case with a couple of campuses, we'll be back to close the remainder of that gap at your January meeting. Last year, we had a similar strategy. We had a couple of campuses that we wanted to do this in 2 chunks. Felt comfortable about the direction they were going in, but wanted a little more detail. So we'll be back in January to close that. And let me defer to the president.
So just a few comments. We have drastically cut a bare bones budget, a budget that I didn't think we could cut at all, but we've cut many of the portions of that budget by 75%, eliminating travel and many other expenses. And also, as Ryan mentioned, attrition is one area where just hiring somebody will create a gap, but we are doing more than that. We are really lagging the hiring, and so increasing the amount that we will get for attrition. I have to say, all of this is something that is not sustainable at a university and does have morale issues associated with it. On the revenue side, we are, as I mentioned before, gearing up to recruit more community college students, and we're getting our online programs going. One of the reasons that we're lagging in our enrollment is that we had projected that some of these online programs would be ready for the fall, but they will not be ready until the spring. So, and the other thing that we're doing is working hard at retention. So in the spring semester, we are projecting 90% of our fall semester revenue. We're hoping that we can do better, and that would solve the budget gap, but there's always a possibility it could go the other way as well. So a lot of hard work is being done here, as well as a lot of work for next year. So it's not just this year, it's next year as well. Thank you.
So next is, let me briefly just put them together and then I'll break them apart again. But next we'll talk about Fort Kent and Presque Isle. What I really wanted to note here is, you know, I do this presentation every November for the last 7 or 8 years. Last year when I did this one at the November presentation, I was presenting $3.4 million worth of budget reductions at these 2 campuses. And I'm not doing that today. So I'm super excited about that. At Fort Kent, credit hours are forecasted up almost 1,200 credit hours to budget. Residence Hall up 13. That's a 12.7% increase over budget. Both of the E&G budget, the auxiliary budget, remain balanced. It's the best thing I could say standing up here about a campus. At Presque Isle, credit hours are forecasted up by almost 3,700 credit hours to 42,527. You saw that as part of that upward trajectory, President. Oh, forgot. President Hedin.
No worries. I thought maybe you were going to do both and then you would have given us.
No,
that
I just
opportunity.
forgot.
I can roll with it too, Ryan. First, I'd like to thank Pam Ashby, our Chief Business Officer, for her detailed forecasting and attention to our budget. Amazing work, Pam. Heidi Carter, our Executive Director of Marketing and Management, and the admissions team for their outstanding recruitment efforts in this past year. And then just the appreciation of all faculty, staff, and students for their ongoing due diligence as we move forward with advancing the work of UMFK. Thank you.
Now let me skip back to Presque Isle. So credit hours, again, forecasted up by almost 3,700 credit hours. We're adjusting the occupancy rate down slightly. You heard the credit hour story this morning, but what I did want to mention that we didn't talk about this morning is that you set aside the Your Pace credit hours and you just look at in-state credit hours, look at out-of-state credit hours, look at Canadian credit hours, and those are up 200 credit hours to budget. So it's, that's just as important. You could be up here and down on the other side. Great credit to the president and his team here. Overall result is a net revenue increase of about $700,000. Most of that is then deployed, as we've talked about before, back into marketing to replace services that we're hopeful academic partnerships is providing now and won't be as we move forward. President Rice.
You heard a lot from us already. I'll just add it's a great journey on the Barbie mobile. So and we enjoy it every day. So oh. I love Indian girls.
You stumped Brian.
Yeah. University of Southern Maine. Credit hours forecasted up by almost 5,900 credit hours. Occupancy rate, as it often is at USM, right on budget. USM, though, is a victim, if you will, of the mix of credit hours taken by students. We see this at a lot of our campuses since the pandemic, but more pronounced certainly at USM, where despite hitting the credit hour target, we have more in-state students than budget, so that's certainly a good thing, but fewer out-of-state. The out-of-state that we have, more of them are enrolled in the NEBI program, so that's a discounted tuition there. So even though credit hours are up, we're forecasting more students online is another part of that equation as well. So despite credit hours being up, we're forecasting a tuition and fee shortfall of about $3 million there. Campus will close that through a combination of attrition, fuel and electricity savings, and other expense reductions. We are forecasting a $1.5 million deficit on the auxiliary side. The president and her team have a number of proactive, promising initiatives underway there that we feel confident we'll be able to close that gap. We'll be back in January to close the remainder of that, but let me defer to the president.
Thank you, Ryan. And I would just add, I want to say thanks to our new vice president for Finance and Administration, our CBO, Justin Swift, and his team. One of the things they have done is they've developed a calculator that will help us project more accurately what the credit hour mix, the impact that will have on our budget. Right now, we have over 16 different tuition rates at the University of Southern Maine. I have a task force looking at that, but the calculator will help us to look at historic data and then to make those projections more solidly relative to our budget moving forward. And as Ryan said, we have a number of initiatives underway in relative to our auxiliary and business services. I have a revenue task force that's made some really solid recommendations. And we recently signed with Sodexo to do bring external conferences to the university. That's another way that we will be working on our auxiliary and business side of the house.
And finally, Maine Law, credit hours at Maine Law are up 1.8% to budget. We are experiencing a revenue gap at Maine Law due to the challenging discounting, scholarshiping world that exists in law schools across the country. Dean Softly and the team at Maine Law have really done a great job getting that gap, despite that financial aid challenge, down below 500,000. They've proposed some additional position management that would get that gap down to about 217,000. And with Farmington and USM, we'll be back in January to close out the remainder of that gap. Dean Softly.
Thank you, Ryan. And I'm not going to mention either Augusta's Plain or Barbie. So our real issue is trying to deal with the national and really pernicious tuition discounting that's still happening at law schools that still have some wealth. As you've seen, our student body coming in is a great student body. We've got just an amazing group of students. We want to keep that there. We're working with a consultant right now to try to figure out, and Ryan's word is right, the sweet spot between the capacity of the students coming in, the number of students coming in, and the way we're discounting. And again, I'm going to ask you, please don't tell the chancellor this, but we are actually looking at what would happen if we went to 120 student body, or if we dropped back to a student body of about 75. As of right now, it's pretty clear that the smaller student body, not surprisingly, doesn't bring in any more revenue. The larger student body at this point, with the analysis that we've received, it looks like it also would be fairly negative. We think somewhere between 90 and 100 students is in fact the sweet spot, but we're looking really hard at how we're going to do all of the tuition discounting to stay competitive. And we will be back to you in January with some great plans.
Then finally, I would just note, great work by the campuses, but we're going to continue to monitor this all the way through the finish line. So each of the campuses is submitting monthly budget memos into the chancellor, into my office. We're tracking that current year progress. We still do to the board and the FFT, we do budget forecasts 3 times a year. And then we're also having discussions about out-year budget planning as well. I'll also note that we've continued to meet with campuses. We met just last week with each of the campuses, again, just to hear a little bit more detail how the current fiscal year is going, talk a little bit more about how the 2025 budget planning is going as well. With that, Chancellor, if you have any comments, but happy to take any questions after that.
Ryan and team have done an extraordinary job, and the amount of progress made from discovering the gaps to closing the gaps is quite substantial. Even before that step, the budget looked a lot better than what we were looking at last year at this time, which is something I addressed in my comments earlier today. And we have put and will continue to put greater concentrations of control where necessary, and ongoing review. And I think we've built that system up quite a bit over the last few years, and we're looking for additional tools to use, quite frankly, to be helpful to the presidents and their staff in developing an appropriate budget.
And Ryan, thank you for your reference to the board's interest in balanced budgets. We recognize it's a work in progress and it's tough, but I think in addition, when we come in March and look at the budgets, I think we need to look not just at the discounting issue and the budget for that, but also reserves for those campuses that have them, to make sure those remain sustainable, even when they need to be used to fill a gap. Questions for Ryan? Trustee Flood?
Thank you. Ryan, my question was just about financial aid, and I can understand how there would be very different kind of financial aid things going on at different campuses, because how much money there might be available and the kind of students they're trying to attract and all that. So I can understand how there'd be pretty wide variation because of the factors that you mentioned. I just wanted to ask a question about, can we eradicate any of that variation with like using a common model across all the campuses, or do all the campuses need to use a different kind of predictive model to show, what their financial aid numbers might turn out to be?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a different model, but what we can do and what we are doing is more conversations, best practices, more frequent monitoring, the kind of meetings that Provost Vollen talked about, regular updates along the way, and not, let's set a path in the budget in May of the spring, and then let's check in January to see how we did. More conversations along the way between the presidents and their finance team and financial aid team.
If I might just join that conversation, I think one of the significant changes we made 2 years ago was to ask our universities not to make matching offers to someone who had already accepted at one of our universities. And that has produced some additional controls, and we're still looking for additional tools that we could use. But I would absolutely agree with Ryan that these have to be separate models. They're different case studies. There's different reasons people go to one university versus another, and we need to reflect that. And in essence, we need to be able to compete with one another without stepping on one another's feet, and that's a tough dance, but we'll try to do it.
It also reminds me that Vice Chancellor St. John's office produces a discounting report. We do that each November, so I think we expect that to come out later this month, and that'll be one of the topics of discussions at the January Finance Committee meeting as well.
Which apparently is going to last 3 days.
Yes.
Trustee Alexander.
So I struggle as a trustee when I hear these presentations, all of which are in good faith, all of which reflect an immense amount of work to handle the immediate problem that pops up early in the fiscal year of the budgets. So my problem is not so much what the short-term solutions are being implemented. My concern is, how do I relate this to the implementation of longer term reforms and activities that will prevent this from happening on a regular basis. We clearly have some universities that need to rethink some basic policies and budgets and programs and structure to make long-term resolutions to prevent this from happening. So I don't hear about those at the same time that I'm being asked to vote to solve an immediate problem that we know is going to pop up again in January. So I don't, it's a frustration for me as a trustee. I'm not asking a question. I'm just trying to link these short-term things to long-term plans. And that's what I'm not hearing that in these discussions. And I have a hard time with that.
I think you're not alone in that frustration.
Yeah.
Any other?
I just comment, because I think it's a great point. I think if you, as has been referenced a few times, you know, if the changes that we make, and we're making a lot of them, they all don't, you know, we don't make them on day one and they happen on day two. We make them over a longer period of time. Unified accreditation is one of those, but there are thousands of other changes that we've been making as well. It's why the gap today is 14 million and not 40 million. If you haven't been through me doing this 8 times, I completely get it. It can be frustrating, and it looks like, boy, how can we still be out of balance? But having sat here and given these presentations year after year, I can certainly see the progress that we're making. I see the change that's going on all of our campuses. It doesn't mean that I won't be here next November making other changes. At the end of the day, we're making projections this fall on what right now on what students are going to do, you know, next October, next September. We're never going to get that exactly right. I spent 14 years in state government, did at least one supplemental budget every single year. It's just the nature of super large budgets. But I do feel really confident that we're making the changes necessary. I think you're going to see more of those changes as we go through the 2025 budget process, and would certainly encourage all the trustees to be actively involved in those discussions, which will go from February, March, April, right through to the budget approval process.
Trustee Cates.
Just wanted to follow up on that. I understand Trustee Alexander's angst about this, but I having been a few terms in the legislature, this is like our supplemental budget that we did every 2 years. We projected a deficit, or we projected a surplus 6 months into the fiscal year. You're never going to get it exactly right. It's always better when there's a surplus than when there's a deficit, but there's always going to be adjustments. I think the 3 years I've been here now, the system is getting a lot better at projecting enrollment. They're universes away from where we used to be on projecting enrollment. Almost spot on this year with what we projected. the issue of discounting is something which is certainly raised its head, at least this year. I've no doubt that we're going to do better at setting up the model, so we'll be better at predicting discounting. And the other thing I wanted to say is, with these changes, we are now within 0.7% of being accurate on our budget, our original budget, and that's pretty darn good. And just want to give a shout out to Ryan, his staff, the presidents, the CBOs on all the campuses. Yeah, we've still got a problem of a few $1 million on a budget of over 600 million. And that's pretty darn good at budgeting, not to ignore any of the significant problems we face going forward, but from a budgeting perspective, this is pretty spot on, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Questions? Comments? Okay, then the motion is that the board approve the FY24 proposed operating budget revision. Is there a motion? Moved by trustee Kane, seconded by trustee Michaud. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, thank you, Ryan, for all your work. Let's move on to the University of Maine School, tab 7, University of Maine School of Law mission statement. With the sort of frame on this that I know the board is interested in getting the brand and the mission of each campus clearer. And that's part of the strategic plan initiative and part of what we'll be talking about in our joint meeting with the executive committee. And I know the chancellor and his team are working on it to make sure it's a cohesive set of missions. That said, the law school has never had its own mission statement, and it does have a very distinct role within the system. So we are turning to the proposal from the University of Maine School of Law. Dean Softly.
Thank you very much. Just very quickly, as a matter of history, the last strategic plan, full strategic plan at the law school came in the early teens in 13 and 14. Then the law school really hit a wall and almost died. And there was a committee to review the future of the law school, with the potential that Maine would be a state without a law school. It rose from the ashes with the recommendations made from that committee, and particularly Chancellor Malloy has been effectuating those changes recommended at the time. It is now time for Maine law to have its own strategic plan, which we are well at work on right now, and to have an actual more formal mission statement. We reviewed mission statements of law schools throughout the country. You'll be shocked to hear that law professors and deans can come up with many, many words when it was necessary. We have followed the model of mission statements that are very clear and very direct, which says Maine law's mission is to advance justice and leadership in a changing world. We're really actually very happy with our new mission statement. We're pleased to present it to the board, and it comes with values that track with the values of the strategic plan of the system. And we are working to create a strategic plan for Maine law that also tracks with unified accreditation and the strategic plan of the system.
Thank you. Questions for President Dean Softly? Trustee Alexander.
Well, I would just like to say how much I really enjoy the focus of this mission statement. It's not just to train lawyers to be graduated and shoved out the door. It's to take a role in pursuing justice, leadership, that it has a policy role for the state of Maine. And I just am really happy to see this and endorse it.
Hear, hear.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions? And it's precise.
Yes.
If I can. If Jefferson had been a lawyer, he would have written, "We hold no truths to be self-evident."
Well, with that, let me read the resolution that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee and approves this change of the Maine School of Law mission. Is there a motion? Moved by trustee Michaud, seconded by trustee Alexander. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. I agree. And with
You
prestige.
now get to appear as an institution in the board's policies, which it
That's right,
currently does
that's
not.
right, that's right.
Very exciting.
Okay, let's move on to the proposed change to the trustees policy. Kayla.
Thank you, Chair Riley. The Board of Trustees Policy Section 300 pertains to academic affairs and houses all of the individual university mission statements in Section 301, subsections 1 through 8. Upon approval of this action, Policy 301.9 will be added to include the Maine School of Law mission statement.
So now you're going to be really part of policy. Any comments or questions? The resolution that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendations of the ASA and approves the change to Board Policy 301.9 Maine School of Law mission. Moved by Trustee Alexander, seconded by Trustee Kane. All those in favor? All those opposed? Great. You're real. In Lisa's absence, let me present the consent agenda, which includes only the minutes and
For the September board meeting.
for the September board meeting. And I would move that the Board of Trustees approve the consent agenda, acceptance of the minutes. Is there a motion? Moved by Trustee Misha, seconded by Trustee Kane, who are on a roll. All those in favor? All those opposed? Wow, we accepted minutes. Big deal.
Thank you.
With that, I believe we have concluded our business by some miracle early. And so let's keep talking. And the next meeting is January 28th and 29th. It won't snow and we will be at the University of Maine. With that, it won't snow. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you all very, very, very much. Did you want to?
Going to have a meeting down the hall immediately following in the alumni room. Okay, thank you.
In case you have